on stage here versus the other way.
Hey, yeah, man, you fucking nerd.
Exposed by Josh Mandel, man. Tough.
I don't know who Josh Mandel is.
The derivatives guy or the guy who posts all his crazy gains. Exposed.
Oh shit! Yeah, he
Remember that?
exposed me. Oh yeah. He said I didn't make my SpaceX short when I
yeah,
did.
you exposed him as a boomer.
Yeah, he's a boomer.
Tough. You
Tough,
know
tough
any fallen
times.
victims?
I don't. I haven't heard of
Time?
anyone yet.
No, that's good. I know some fallen soldiers.
Ouch.
Tough.
Do you know any?
Unfortunately.
You actually know someone?
Yeah, unfortunately.
How much did they fucking lose, if you don't mind me asking?
Cannot expose, but yeah, sucks.
A decent amount. Oh, was it their entire stack?
It was a significant amount.
Yikes! Yikes!
It's crazy. I was looking at the like I traced one of the addresses apparently that they put up that has a good portion of the coin, and it's insane seeing it all on the ledger. You know, just
Yeah, they're never gonna
2.2
see
here,
those.
14 there.
They're
It's
never gonna see it. Like you can relatively mix it good enough, and just not touch it for years, right? Like because the amount of coins that have been taken so far, like you're not going to be sending it to an exchange to try to sell the fucking coins. That's for sure.
hmm. How do you catch them?
You gotta hope they fuck up and they move some of these coins to the centralized exchange.
Dang.
That's the only way. Like, and if these guys are half
You think
smart,
it's multiple? How many people do you think it's doing are doing it?
well, now you're probably having a bunch of copycats, right? Like, because like think about it this way. So this bug was relatively. It's been less than 24 hours since it's been made public, and a lot of people are not a lot, but some people have been affected. But now everybody knows the exact bug that it is, and so you're having people. Bro, you have so much feedback in your mic. It's ridiculous. Um, there is going to be like right now, if I really wanted to, I could spin up I could spin up Claude.
You can start swiping people.
Yeah, you can start swiping people. Like if you like you don't need like from my understanding, the man, keep your mic off. It's like literally painful. Um it's the Mark threes that had
Yeah.
the biggest issue, which was apparently the random number generator that was supposed to be secure in terms of generating people's seeds. Apparently, it's not, and apparently something was happening in the firmware that was not loading the correct library or something. Let me pull
It
up
left
the.
a whole bunch of space there or something. So
So
now
apparent.
say anybody who generated a single seed with no dice, they need to get out of the space right now and move it. Anybody
Yeah.
who has an MK3 really ought to do the same thing.
In MK2 or an MK3, apparently the firmware intended to use the hardware random number generator that's like literally in the device to generate the keys. But apparently there was a mistake in a macro defined in the firmware that led it to using only a known UID and timer state and call history. Which is very deterministic and not random. And so the inputs into this random number generator were like fixed. And people are using that to backwards out basically seeds, right? And that bug specifically is for the seed. And so people who created these wallets without a passphrase are the ones that are getting just fucked right now. And the ones obviously that didn't use any dice mechanism to basically create entropy to create the seed, right? It's the people who just loaded
Yep.
up their MK2 or 3, went in there and let the device generate the seed. Is compromised because the I'll just call it the algorithm or the firmware that is supposed to be using the hardware's random number generator that was built into the hardware had hard coded values apparently inputting into the algo to create this seed, and people are now knowing what those standards fixed values were and are able to backward out basically seeds, right? Because essentially, I don't know exactly, but I'm assuming because the timer state and the call history are basically just go back in time, right? And the UID is fixed. And so if you just start from like a date time of like today, this is very simplistic, a date time of today, and continuously run the C generator, changing the timer state and the call history with the same UID, you would theoretically be able to recreate every single seed that a cold card Mark 2 or 3 ever created. And so that's what this AI is doing now. Is they're basically just putting that through brute force, and so they're basically taking the known UID and then the timer state and then the call history and just create brute forcing it and basically recreating a majority, not a majority, but a lot of seed phrases that were created by these MK2s and MK3s. And if you didn't use a passphrase on top of it, you're cooked. So
Dude,
yeah,
I can't
that.
wait how the legacy media is going to treat this. It's
Oh, you
Bitcoin's been fucking hacked again. Or going, get your shorts in now.
Yeah. Well, I think the most ironic thing that I'm seeing from this, and this is just literally happening within the last, I don't know, call it 6 hours, is there's this massive push towards uh, multi-sig, because multi-sig obviously would defend against this attack. Right. Well, in theory, it
Is Cold
could.
Card not selling enough of their multi-sigs? Did they do this on purpose?
No, they didn't do it on purpose. Their competitors are now basically just going out in full marketing campaign and basically telling everyone to move their cold card funds to one of their third party multi custodian or multi sig collaborative custody, whether it's Casa or any of the other ones, or even Cold Card's competitors are now basically advertising in the face of this, which is like
Yeah,
expected,
that's what
right?
they
Like
should do. They
it's
should do that.
predictable. But the whole thing, like I'll even if you look in the nest, I quote tweeted somebody who literally works at Casa. I don't know what his position is. Oh, he's the CEO and co-founder. He's the fucking CEO and co-founder of Casa. And he said, you can't just ask people to roll dice to be secure with their self custody. It's a non starter for 99% of the people. If you're recommending this, you are incredibly disconnected from real people using Bitcoin. And I said, like this like, if you are not willing to put in the time and effort to
Why
what
are you
it
here?
to what it means to actually have self custody, you shouldn't be doing self custody. You should probably be owning a fucking an ETF or holding your Bitcoin at some fucking third party, because the whole point of self storage and self custody is that you trust yourself more than you trust these entities or products. Like that's the whole premise of self custody. You trust your ability to self custody your own assets more than you someone else to custody them for you. That's like the literal foundational principle of what self custody means, right? Or why people want to self custody. And if you're not willing to understand what Bitcoin actually is and how security actually works, and you're not willing to understand what a magic or a random number generator is, and trusting a third party magic number generator over understanding what it means to actually roll dice, and then the ability to actually just go and do and roll dice. Like if you can't roll some dice to basically secure your wealth, then you have no business self custodying, like at all, right? Like if you're using some third party generator to generate your seed electronically, whether it's cold or warm, doesn't matter. You have to understand like that's a massive security risk, and you need to be understanding the risk. And if you don't understand the risk and you don't know what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing self storage, because this is what ends up happening. You trust a third party, you get fucking wrecked. And it's not hard to
Yeah,
roll
just
some
keep it on
dice.
Coinbase.
Yeah, it's not hard to roll some dice to create some entropy that's backed by real physics, not some unknown library that's creating random numbers, which this ended up being the issue. And the biggest problem is like these companies that are now promoting this like multi-sig narrative, is
Like
that
Unchained Capital, they're one of them.
yeah, Unchained, Casa, or whatever, is you basically give up 90% of the main tenets or reasons why you would want to self custody in the first place. Like for example, you have to dox your xpub to a corporation. And what does that mean? It means that the corporation knows every single transaction that you've ever made and that you ever will make. So the anonymity of holding your Bitcoin in self storage goes completely out the window, and they can track that forever. Um, and they're bound by US law. So you lose another huge major proponent on why you want to self custody. There's limited niche cases on why you would want to use a collaborative custody solution. And I'll try to explain where I think that fits. It fits where you don't trust an exchange to not reapothecate your Bitcoin, and you don't trust their security model, meaning you don't trust their ability to store your Bitcoin on chain, right? So instead of depositing, let's say you have 10 Bitcoin, instead of depositing 10 Bitcoin in Coinbase or even a better known qualified custodian, you trust yourself more, but you don't trust yourself enough to self custody it, but you want some help and some safety net. And so you create a collaborative custody solution that has multi sig, that's vendor redundant. They can see all your transactions and everything. And then there's the possibility of inheritance planning that they throw in there, right?
Yes,
Um, like
that's the real use case.
that's really the use case in my opinion. It's the inheritance stuff. But other than that, like if you truly want to self custody, you don't want to be touching any of these collaborative custody solutions. Like it's really not self custody at that point, really, in my personal humble opinion. Sure, you have control of two of the three keys, and if you lose one, well, you can set up as many multi-sig setup you want, but let's just say it's a two of three. They have one, you have two. You lose one of those keys for whatever reason, you can still move the funds, right? And you hopefully multi vendor the hardware signing devices with the keys that you hold as well, right? Let's say you have a Trezor for one key, and let's say you have a Ledger for another one, or you name your fucking hardware device, right? Um, and you have the sound of mind if you get hit by a bus tomorrow, that the inheritance planning, that they have the ability to make sure that your Bitcoin goes to your not descendants but your dependents. But you're essentially giving up self sovereignty, in my opinion, in a lot of different ways. But yeah, everyone has their own use cases and what they're trying to fit for the niche. But personally, I wouldn't say recommend, but personally, if I was comparing a 2 or 3 multi-sig, multi-vendor collaborative custody solution, um, versus just having 3 separate hardware wallets with their own seeds, and potentially their own passphrase or even the same passphrase for the three, and splitting. Let's say you have, I don't know, let's say you have 12 Bitcoin and putting basically 4 Bitcoin on each, right? Um, that is, in my mind, comparable, if not probably a better solution than multi-sig, because you really have to think. It really depends on what your use cases are, because there's so many use cases. Like there's the doomsday scenario, right? And in a doomsday scenario, if you geographically decentralize the locations of the signing keys to your 2 of 3 or whatever your multi-sig setup is, you probably are not going to be able to get to the geographical regions where the keys are, right? Like you're in one spot, you need access to it, you can't get to it, right? That's it. Like even if you like, that's not even like if it's out of state or out of country, right? Like that's even if it's just like literally like 2 hour 3 hour drive away or whatever it may be. Like
Yeah,
there is
post
a,
earthquake. You know.
yeah, there is a huge cost analysis and a risk analysis that you have to understand in a doomsday scenario. The chances of you being able to collect your multi sigs to move Bitcoin very small, depending on how the severity of the doomsday actually is, right? So there's that issue, right? Or realistically, you're not too worried about doomsday and you're literally just trying to save yourself from hackers. The world goes on. You don't really care about accessing your Bitcoin in any relative short period of time. Because one of the things that's happening right now is I'm seeing posts that people are on vacation and they can't even get to their MK2s or their MK3s because they're on vacation, right? Like that's a huge problem.
Yeah,
That's
that's a good point right now. People can't
that's
get to their they can't fix it right now. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Imagine that.
they can't even fix it if they want to. And that same problem would happen with multi-sig. It's a little bit less because if you have, let's say, 2 or 3 and one of the devices is a cold card and it's compromised, you don't really have to worry because, well, it's in a multi-sig setup, and even if they get the key that's on the MK2 or 3, it's not going to matter. They can't move the funds, right? But then that goes both ways. Like I said, like if you ever actually do want to move the funds and you're in a situation, you're never going to be able to as well, right? It's kind of like it's like the fat people who put basically locks on their refrigerators at night so they can't get in there and eat all the ice cream. That's what multi-sig essentially does. But there is, and the propensity, I would say, in terms of like the promotion or like the prevalence or like the, maybe I'll call it the move to multi-sig over the last 2 years maybe, has really been done mostly by these collaborative custody businesses, whether it's Unchained or whether, well, every fucking company in the world now seems to be offering a collaborative custody solution. It's based around not just like, okay, yeah, great, it's multi-sig,
Yeah, I
right?
think the Ledger just started offering
Yeah,
that. You're afraid of
yeah,
losing your keys? We got you.
yeah, we got you. The only problem with Ledger, I'm pretty sure they have a legitimate backdoor. Like they've literally built in a backdoor. But I don't know what their collaborative, but I know for their Ledger Live and shit, they have a backdoor built in. But the whole thing is like, at least before 2 years in these collaborative custody solutions, the biggest risk with multi-sig was basically losing your XPub, right? Because back in the day when you would create these multi-sigs, you wouldn't be able to send it transactions unless you basically have the XPub, right, from the whole wallet. The deterministic wallet was created from, right? Or not from, but it's created from your seed and your private, and then your public and your XPub from there. But the and if you lost that, even if you had all of the keys, you would still not be able to send a transaction, right? And so now these collaborative custody solutions, they're holding on to that, right? So that like one crux of like the multi-sig dilemma or I want to call it a weakness, basically goes away because you're giving it to these collaborative custody companies, right? But the only problem with that is you're basically giving up all rights to privacy, um, right? And like if that fits your use case, it fits your use case. But like if
Yeah,
you're
and if you get divorced and your wife knows that you have this, I mean, it literally goes into the legal realm, you know. So that's
yeah,
also a thing.
exactly right. It's a little bit. Yeah, it's basically the same as if like you keep it on Coinbase or some qualified custodian. Like they know that it's yours, but the only problem is that they don't know your ex pub. So like if you like ever wanted to move money out, say outside of one of these collaborative custodies, let's say you have 10 Bitcoin and you want to move it out of ABC company, right? It's well, technically they don't have custody, but they control a key. You can move your funds whenever you want, but they have the XPub. And if you ever want to get away from them being able to view your transactions in perpetuity forever, you would have to create a new wallet without them in the mix, without them knowing the XPub, and then send it there essentially, right? And then if you really wanted to be anonymous, you'd have to go to some level of off obfuscation in terms of like on-chain stuff to actually hide it, right? Because they're building a massive amount of database databases that are basically storing all travel rule like FATCA regulations of like, okay, every single um, address here, this belongs to this person. And so they're somewhat able to map out who is what, right? And that's 100% guaranteed. Like these collaborative custody places, like the government knows exactly what on-chain address is yours, like 100%, right? If you're fine with that, then that's fine, right? If you think that the government is good and everything's going to continue to happen the way that it's happening, and there's going to be no confiscations, there's going to be no extra taxations, there's going to be no my wife wants my Bitcoin or any of that, and you're fine with that, then that's so be it, right? But there is, in my mind, like a massive limitation to once you basically dock your Bitcoin to a company that's regulated by US law. Like all the, I said 90%, maybe it's 80, maybe it's 90, I don't know. But there's a huge chunk of the value of holding Bitcoin kind of goes out the window. Not all of it. Like you still basically are ensuring that you do actually have that Bitcoin on chain and you know you can move it whenever you want, right? So it's not like you just plop it into Coinbase and it gets basically moved to some big massive wallet and you don't know if they actually have your Bitcoin or not, and yada yada yada. That's a huge
And
risk.
those companies could also be required to institute any changes in inheritance taxes.
Well, that yeah,
So if it goes,
yeah,
if it moves,
that's the whole thing, right? But like this is all. Remember, I'm talking and from me specifically, and my views are basically an international citizen that is not jurisdictionally tied to the United States in any way, shape, or
sure.
form. So what I'm most worried about is not what someone who's a U.S. taxpayer is going to be 100% worried about, right? Like, because, like, for example, if you wanted to be like, yeah, I don't want the U.S. government to know that I even own these Bitcoin, let alone where it is and being able to watch my transactions, you are, in theory, on a very short road to potentially committing, like, well, breaking the law in some way, shape, or fashion, right? Whether it's tax avoidance or whether it's sheltering or hiding assets in a divorce or whatever it is, like that's the road that you're on, right? But like I said, one of the main tenets of Bitcoin is to be anonymous, right? That's why it was created. And the governments and the entities around the world have done everything in their power and their ability to try to de-anonymize Bitcoin on chain, whether it's through Chainalysis or another chain analysis company, and finding all of these nodes in the graph network of who is what address, who belongs to what, being able to map out like the whole idea of like 7 degrees of separation exists on chain, right? Like there's a reason why they're able to
Yeah.
track down, like for example, if you if you probably were in two, well, I don't know, every company has their own risk models, but I could guarantee you if you're within 2 hops on chain, meaning like you basically sent from one address to another. If you're within 2 hops of like a known, let's go with the craziest shit that we can say. Like if it's within 2 hops of like a known terrorist wallet, that shit's getting frozen instantly as soon as you deposit. And that might not even be you knowing that. Like some terrorist could have bought a fucking coconut and then the coconut guy could have fucking paid you. And you have no idea that this terrorist is on vacation and bought a coconut and then the coconut dealer owes you money and he pays you, right? Like it could be as simple as that. But if you deposit that directly into, let's say, Coinbase, like it's just frozen instantly, right? How do they know that? Well, it's because they've spent a massive amount of effort and money to de-anonymize on-chain Bitcoin, right?
Making a blacklist.
Yeah, basically, not making a blacklist. And there's things that they do and they allow just so they can watch where money flows. It's like Obama's Fast and Furious. Back like I guess it was almost a decade ago. Fuck, wow, that was a long time ago. Where basically they gave the cartels in Mexico a bunch of guns and they wanted to see where the guns ended up. Like the whole idea of operation, like that operation was to give the cartel guns and to see where they ended up, and they would be able to track the guns. Essentially, it was a fucking retarded idea. Don't get me wrong, but that's what the whole idea was, and that's what they do with Bitcoin. They allow what they would theoretically deem
Agreed.
non-grata transactions or whatever, and they see where the money flows and they see where it goes and they try to map it out and try to understand who's who owns this, who's over there. Does Iran have a Bitcoin address that has 10,000 Bitcoin in it? Like yada yada, all these things. All these things have been happening, right? And so like if you're just a happy law abiding citizen, and then well, well, there's not no risk, but there's less risk of you just like plopping your shit into a collaborative custody solution. But you have to be known that's what it is, right? That's what you're signing up for. Um, and even then, I would argue if you are like Mr. Truman and you have let's say 10 Bitcoin, and you have the choice to choose between a collaborative multi-sig setup versus literally just using I'll just pick a random fucking custodian, and this is not any endorsement of it, the custodian, but let's say you wanted to put it in Anchorage Digital, which is an OCC chartered bank. Um, Realistically, I think most people, if you are Mr. Truman, the law abiding citizen, most people would be better off putting it at Anchorage Digital than holding it in self, not even self, wouldn't even consider self custody, but in a multi sig solution. Because realistically, at that point, the only thing, and feel free to anyone to correct me, the only thing you're really worried about is that does someone that I deposit my Bitcoin to, do I trust them more than myself to handle the cryptography nature of storing Bitcoin? And then two, are they solvent basically? Do they have the Bitcoins that they have on their balance sheet in terms of like they have this many liabilities, 1,000 people deposited Bitcoin, right? That's the two things, right? And to be completely frank with you, 99.9% of the people who self storage or self custody their Bitcoin in a collaborative custody solution 99% of those people are going to have well, no, they're not going to be as intelligent um, and as like an Anchorage Digital, in my opinion. Like the security and the cryptography and the actual storage of the keys that Anchorage Digital does is going to be better than what the average or 99.9% of the people that use collaborative custody. Like that's just the very nature of it, right? And we're seeing that right now. That like I'm even a little shocked that how many fucking retards are doing self custody and using the fucking random number generator on a third party device to generate their seed. And then on top of that, not to use a passphrase. Like I knew there would be some people who were retarded to do that, but apparently everyone's retarded and doesn't have a passphrase on their fucking wallets and seeds that they created on their Mark IIs.
Because they're Bitcoiners that can't remember their own passwords, but they want to,
Well, that's what I mean.
spin
That's
up
what I
their own
mean.
keys.
If
This
you
is,
if you're not willing to understand what a passphrase is and how to use it and why it's so vital, and then on top of that, if you're not willing to roll a few fucking dice, well, more than a few, but roll some dice to generate entropy, you shouldn't be doing self storage. You really shouldn't. You really, really not.
yeah, holy shit. They sell you dice at fucking Cold Card for like $10 and they sell you 100 dice. You throw them once.
Yeah, you can use
You don't need
dice.
to
I've
sit.
seen very good setups of cards as well that create pretty decent entropy. And the whole idea there with like physical items in the real world and something that's not digital is the entropy is created by physics in theory, right? Well, in practice, because it's a lot harder to affect the physical outcome of something that you're doing there in person at a single point in time, comparatively to a random number generator on a device. And that's exactly what happened in this hack, is that apparently the random number generator on the Mark IIs and Mark IIIs were basically using a stale constant UID and time state and time history of the inputs into the seed generator, which is essentially a random number generator. And someone was able to backwards brute force all the seeds or a lot of the seeds that algorithm would have ever created depending on a point in time, right? And just going backwards and brute forcing the entire theoretical history of all the seeds that this fucking random number generator would have ever created. And that's the hack that happened. Or opposed to if you're throwing 100 physical dice in a room where it has a roof on it and no satellites are going to be watching you, the chances of some like that entropy being reverse engineered and backwards brute force is, I don't want to say impossible, but like light years more difficult than clearly what happened today with the Mark II and III, right? So if you don't understand any of the shit that I just said, you probably need to know it. And if you don't, I would start to argue that you probably should not be doing self custody.
Yeah, you need to watch some BTC sessions, fucking how-to
Yeah, it's
fucking
literally a
videos. Okay,
10-minute
he's got
fucking
all of them.
BTC sessions
He
video,
literally has all of them.
right? And then that's just generating the seed. And then a passphrase, what a passphrase is essentially, I'll call it a second or third layer, if you will, of encryption of where you're using another third entered phrase to encrypt or to create said wallet, right? And so like that's something that you can remember, right? Like don't do something like 1, 2, 3 ABC, but do something that's like 12, 14 characters long, couple numbers, some magic symbols, some capitalizations, and you can create whatever it is. I don't know what a 12 or 14, I don't know if that's like how many bit that would be, but like doing at least,
I make a strong
yeah,
password.
doing at least 128 bit passphrase, if not 256, and you can create ones that are fucking even longer than that are more secure, that are virtually, well, I don't want to say virtually, but impossible today to brute force, right? I don't want to know when quantum computing comes in and people could brute force passphrases, but you if you're creating a seed with no passphrase, like, you're a fucking idiot. In 2026, if you're creating a wallet without a passphrase, you should be depositing your Bitcoin in Coinbase and being happy. Honest to God, if you're creating wallets with no passphrases, just deposit your Bitcoin in Coinbase, and you would be way better off.
Never thought we had to say that, right?
Yeah,
You know, everybody's like, get your Bitcoin off exchanges now because they're all at risk.
I know, it's so funny. It's like
But everything has
the
changed.
whole and this is the whole mantra of, like, Bitcoiners have been getting progressively more retarded every cycle, and clearly that is the case, and they don't actually want to understand what it is that they're even doing. But here we are. We went from get your Bitcoin off of an exchange to today. The biggest thing that I seen was get your Bitcoin on an exchange, or here, migrate your Bitcoin over to this collaborative custody solution today. Like, it's that's what people are basically have been shilling today, at least what I've seen, which is just kind of ironic, just because it's been the mantra, at least for the last, I don't know, 15, 16 years. Well, no, maybe 10 years for exchanges. Get your Bitcoin off of exchanges, right? And I will say that the narrative of, like, self custody is simple and everyone should do it. I would, looking back, I would say that that's probably a bad narrative and a stupid narrative to have ever had, because self custody isn't simple, right? Like, as much as these hardware wallets marketing department wanted that to be the case, about self custody is simple, like, just buy our hardware wallet, um, is kind of not doing anyone, they're just doing everyone a disservice, because to truly self custody Bitcoin, like, you truly actually need to understand what the fuck is actually happening and what best practices actually are. Because if you're not willing to do best practices when it comes to self custody, um, just deposit your Bitcoin into an exchange. Because if you're not following best practices, and if you're doing single sig, no passphrase, or whether you're doing multi sig, or whether you're doing collaborative custody, like, if you're not following best practices, like, you shouldn't be doing any of those three things at all, right? Like, and the whole narrative is like, oh, well, just come over here and we'll help you. It's like, well, no, these people need to actually understand what the fuck it is that they're doing, and how are these things compromised, and what they actually need to do to follow best practices. Not, oh, multi-sig is the fucking solution. Like, no. If I would argue that multi-sig, not collaborative custody, but pure multi-sig with no collaborative custody or collaborative multi-sig, just like someone's creating a multi-sig on their own and they're using even multi-vendor hardware signing keys, that is going to probably in the long run get more people wrecked, in my opinion, than having people store in a single sig passphrase protected wallet, right? And don't be a fucking idiot about it. You have to follow good practices. Generate your fucking seed the right way. Use a passphrase that's secure, right? If you have 12 Bitcoin, don't put 12 Bitcoin on a single fucking SIG signing device. Split it up into three or four, or three, I guess 4 Bitcoin wallets, right? And then if you want to geographically dispute or distribute those, yeah, do that. That's fine. Because if you're in any of those areas, if some massive emergency ever happens, you'll be able to access 4 Bitcoin at any given point in time. Where in multi-sig, you got to go out and fucking shoot the zombies, and to go to every single location to where you're multi-distributed fucking multi.
You got to hunt down your keys.
Yeah, right. Like, I know people, and I said to this like years ago, who were setting up multi-sig, like, oh, I'm putting one of them and burying it at my cottage. I'm like, where's your cottage? Oh, it's like a fucking a 13-hour drive away. I'm like, what do you like? If you ever need that in any regional fashion, like, are you going to be able to get it? He's like, oh yeah, I'll be able to drive there and get it. I'm like, where are you putting the other one? Oh, I'm putting it in my
No, you
no. And
won't.
I know. And then he's putting his third key in his beach house in a different country, and I'm just like, holy fuck! Like, that's a recipe to just get fucked, right? Like, so you have to be smart with geographically distributing your fucking SIGs or your keys. Like if you,
Within 30 miles, probably. You have to be able to literally walk there
I wouldn't even say walk.
if you have to,
Let's forget about
you know,
zombies.
or an ATV, maybe a dirt
Yeah.
bike.
Well,
Because
forget about
up here,
zombie
when the fires
apocalypse.
hit, dude, everything is
Yeah,
shut
like what
down. You're not
happened like
going
during
anywhere.
during COVID?
You
Like,
know?
let's just say you couldn't leave the country for some reason, for whatever reason, whether it's the government saying you can't leave the country, or whether it's another COVID and you can't leave the country, or the country that your key is in goes all fucking weirdo on you. Like, let's say you're an American and you have let's say a beach house in Mexico or Salvador or Nicaragua or Costa Rica, anywhere in Latin America, at any dime flip of a fucking hat, you might lose those keys in those countries because it's so far away from you, you cannot access them, right? And so realistically, and it all comes down to like what you're trying to protect against, because everyone's use case is different. Like, obviously 80-90% of the people probably have the same use case, but there's 10% of the people have a different, and there's different threat models, right? Like, who are you really protecting it against, right? The average person that uses a collaborative custody solution, their risk assessment or their risk model, they're not trying to protect themselves from the state. They aren't. Because if you are trying to protect yourself from the state and you're using a collaborative custody solution, you're fucking retard for all the reasons that I've just said. But if you're a Mr. Truman and you're trying to protect your Bitcoin from one, you fucking it up, or two, you don't trust an exchange to say solvent, and you want like inheritance planning, yeah, that probably makes sense. But it's not a threat model protection level of like the state is coming after you, right? Like, are you worried about someone doing a home invasion and knows that you have Bitcoin, right? And if you set yourself up in a multi-sig solution, if someone breaks into your house, they're not going to be able to steal your Bitcoin, right? If you had a single sig, they would be able to theoretically access that if they broke into your house and stole it and somehow knew your passphrase or tortured you to give it to them, right? But I would argue if someone's breaking into your fucking house and you tell the person that's like essentially about to probably kill you or torture you that like it's a multi-sig, the only thing that you can really do is tell them like, hey, it's multi-sig. And one, if they understand that, probably not. Um,
You have to show them a BTC sessions
yeah,
video of what multi-sig
when he's
is.
got you tied up.
Exactly.
And
You're just like, give me
you
just a
got to wait a
minute here.
minute
Let me
here.
pull
Watch
this
this
up.
BTC sessions videos to prove that I'm telling you the truth when I say I can't access my Bitcoin, right? The chances are, if someone's doing a home invasion, is like,
They're going to start cutting
yeah, they're
fingers
gonna
off.
start cutting fingers
Right.
off, or just kill you and leave. And the only really good thing in your mind when you're dying is like, ha ha ha, they didn't get my Bitcoin. Like, and I say this half jokingly, but like, I'm not gonna dox too much, but I literally know people who have been had a home invasion and ended up dead. Like, literally their head got cut off because someone was trying to get their Bitcoin from them. So, like, this shit happens, not so much in the United States, but if you just go to Google and type in news stories about that, like the amount of like abductions and kidnappings that happen globally.
Dude, I've had friends duct taped up here and left for dead over 10 pounds of mushrooms or weed. You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
today we're talking, like $1,000, $2,000. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah. Yeah. Right. And so that's why this is one of my biggest things I always say, like, especially if you've been in this community, and I use the word community very lightly because it's cringy as fuck, or if you're known to be in the Bitcoin industry or community for a long period of time, the automatic assumption is that you have a fairly amount of Bitcoin. And for everybody who just doxes himself willy-nilly on this platform is unreal to me. I know my threat model is a little bit different to everyone else's, but I would not be showing my face if you had any substantial amount of self custody Bitcoin, right? Because the chances of you incurring any type of, let's just call it an attack, goes up astronomically, right? So there's that too, right? And this is the individual. It's not so much for like I'll say this: all of these big persona Bitcoin influencers and personas on this application, I would bet a lot of money, over 90% of them don't have self custody Bitcoin. Like I would bet the most amount of money that a lot of these people do not have self custody Bitcoin. They either have it at a qualified custodian, they have it on an exchange, they own the ETF, they don't even actually own Bitcoin, or at the very least, they might have some collaborative custody.
Calling Cash App.
Yeah, some collaborative custody setup. They very few of them probably have a majority of their Bitcoin in self custody. They just don't. But that's neither here nor there. But if you're going to self custody, you have to understand all these fucking risks, and you have to understand what it is to create a deterministic fucking wallet, and what a seed. Like, people know what a seed is, and they probably know what a passphrase is, but they don't understand that when you're buying this plastic fucking thing from a website and it's getting shipped to your fucking door, and you're just assuming everything is the golden path and it wasn't intercepted.
It comes in a security bag that says highly
Yeah,
secure.
it must be
Never.
secure if it's in a bag that says highly secure, right? All right. Oh, wait, unless there's a 0-day hack that's built into the firmware from the actual manufacturing plant. Whoopsies, Mark 2, Mark 3, like, hello. Um, and these people that generated their seeds on these devices is mind-boggling to me. Like, I was shocked at how many people were being like, "Oh fuck, I gotta worry about this today," because they generated their seed on those devices and they didn't use a passphrase. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing, right? Like, it's kind of wild to me to see that many people didn't use a fucking passphrase like that. That's the bottom of the barrel. Like, forget about rolling 100 dice. Like, I understand people are lazy, but not fucking using a passphrase. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why? Like, just deposit. Like, I'll say this: if you didn't have a fucking passphrase on your wallet, you should literally deposit your Bitcoin into a fucking exchange. Like, it's as simple as that. Like that's how like, that sounds retarded, but it literally just highlights how fucking retarded you are for creating a wallet without a passphrase. So there's that. So that's what we've had to deal with today.
Agreed.
Now the question is, like, this is a hack that's literally ongoing right now. Like, this was made public.
I was going to say that we're in the hack.
We're in the hack.
It's
Like, this
not
is
over.
happening right now because you're having all these copycats. Like another thing that I think was very, I don't want to say handled badly, uh, but you have, let's just call them researchers that,
You have NBK saying everything's. If this is really a problem, there'd be 10,000 wallets drained right now.
yeah, that's a dumb thing to say. But what's even dumber is that there's people and researchers out there that are literally telling you how to do this hack. Like, literally, like that I didn't try to hack a fucking MK2 today, but I looked at a fucking thread who's someone who broke it down line by line to where, yeah, I'm an engineer, I'm a software engineer, but I know exactly the vulnerability now, and if I really wanted to, I could probably go fucking try to generate some of these seeds and create a quick program and start brute forcing. I'll start at a point in time and just start brute forcing these seeds on a laptop. Like literally, that's how fucking unsecure this random number generator was. Where a fucking random laptop can start brute forcing some of these seeds, and the instructions are basically on the internet now. And this is a patch that can't be. This is a security issue that can't be
It's a
solved with an update.
nightmare.
Literally, they can't push out an update that fixes this. They can push it to fix all the new seeds that get created, but all the seeds that have been created realistically for the last 6 years on the Mark II or the Mark III are fucking doinked. Like, so you gotta fucking move your shit off of those devices. And unironically, like I wouldn't recommend this, but literally what you could do is you could literally create a new wallet on that exact same Mark II or III using Dice and using a passphrase, and you can just move it from your compromised
You'll be
wallet
fine.
to your new wallet and still use the same fucking device. And it should be, from all the things that I'm seeing in terms of what the hack actually was, it should still be secure, right? But we know.
You should be able to just move it to a wallet with a passphrase on it first, and then make another wallet if you're. I mean, emergency.
Yeah,
Emergency warning.
emergency. Yeah, I would probably move it to a wallet that it has an auto-generated seed, but a passphrase, and then that would take probably a minute or two, probably 2 minutes, and then I would then create a third wallet that basically is the seeds created from the entropy of the dice rolls, and then a new passphrase, and then move it from the second wallet to the third wallet, because the immediate threat is that there's
Yep.
some fucking 13-year-old idiot literally writing a program or having Claude or whoever to write them a brute force program, knowing exactly what this hack is. And
It's better to have it in the mempool than in that wallet at that point.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's literally better to have it in the mempool moving to the new wallet at that time. Right. So this is where we're at. And this is third party liability, right? Like this is the liability that Bitcoiners talk about, is that trusting third party to do things usually don't end up so well in Bitcoin for the entire history of Bitcoin. And this one's, in my opinion, this one's a pretty big doozy. In terms of, I don't want to say the lack of I don't even want to know. I don't know how to say it, but like it's bad because it affects a lot of people. But how this bug has been there for this long and how important of a bug it actually is in terms of it's like a days, it's not like day zero, but like they introduced new firmware that fucked it. Um, uh, uh, just
Oh,
knowing
so it's a
human
firmware.
nature,
Okay.
like I don't see anyone wanting to continue to use cold card. Like I
Yeah, I
said,
think their company just took a huge hit,
I
and
think
they're not really responding well.
no, it's not
Self
even
So
self custody just took a huge hit.
well, self custody just took a huge hit, but it's not
you're
even
right.
how they're handling this. It's just the fact that this happened and what the underlying nature of the hack actually is. I don't think they're coming back from this, unfortunately. But I just can't. I just don't see how people can trust them. As sad as that is to say, and I was a fan of cold card, like I don't see people, because remember, the self custody world is tiny to begin with. Like if you like in terms of like net new onboards of people coming into Bitcoin and even existing people, self custody is very a small market compared to the centralized behemoths of like the BlackRock ETFs and Coinbase and all the funds that are on third parties. Um, so I don't see. this company surviving in any meaningful way. Like I could be wrong, but like to me, the gut check reaction would be everyone would be throwing out their cold cards, and let alone
But
not
they
buying new
already
ones.
smashed their ledgers with the backdoor vulnerability. They already smashed them with the hammers.
Well, yeah, that's why people are fucking confused because they're like, I don't have any other devices. What the fuck do I do? And I literally just said,
Everybody's going to Trezor now. Is that what's
I'm just,
happening?
well, yeah, but I'm like, just create a passphrase. But this is what I mean. Like this, the industry is very, and I'll say that I think this hack on Cold Card is infinitely worse than anything that Ledger's done so far. Because Ledger's done, they've had their customer lists and their addresses hacked, meaning people know, or hackers or whoever's buying this
Yeah,
list,
social attack.
yeah, they know where people live that actually own a ledger. And then there's the whole debaucher with Ledger Live. And then there's the whole like backdoor Ledger Live stuff, which is really bad. But this is a root problem with the actual fucking device that basically creates a seed that is clearly massively vulnerable to basically being hacked, right? And your funds getting swept. And so in my opinion, this is worse than that. So like this is why I think like I don't know if they survive as a company. I could be wrong. Like the community could rally around them because realistically, Cold Card has been one of like the Bitcoin maxi companies. And the only like Bitcoin only. So they could rally around them, but like I would think that the knee jerk reaction is people just throwing out their cold cards.
100%, dude. Magoo, can you imagine if you got your grandma, you gifted her like an MK3 back in the day, and you're calling her being like, hey, grandma, like, I need you to roll the dice and generate a new passphrase.
Well, hopefully you fucking did it for her, but yeah, grandma's fucking wrecked. Um, but yeah, that's the risk that you run with self custody is these people don't actually know what it actually means to self custody and where the vulnerabilities potentially could lie. And honestly, all the stuff that I've talked about, the random number generator, like the actual generating of the seed, is literally the most important fucking thing in Bitcoin security. And if you are just willy nilly doing that on any device, whether that is a cold device disconnected from the internet, or whether it's on the internet, or whether it's even a program that like you wrote yourself, those are so susceptible to vulnerabilities opposed to using real world physical entropy. Like, and if you don't understand that and didn't understand that when you created your wallet, like you shouldn't have created a wallet in the first place. You should have put it on a fucking exchange. But here we are. Everyone's losing their mind because apparently they created wallets without passphrases, and now they're susceptible to getting fucking brute forced. Uh, So this is where we are in 2026. Self custody in general took a massive hit, though. Like I think this is going to be this
100%.
self custody got smoked today.
Yeah, didn't we already saw, didn't the new, just in general, new wallet address generation for the first time kind of flattened out in the last few years?
Yeah, it's basically self custody's basically got a nice. I'll see if I have a tweet about this, but I think I tweeted it last year.
We
I
went
said
soft.
I said the Bitcoin for the time being has hit its max distribution, and now it's going to be on probably a 20 to 50 year centralization in holdings. Um, I'll see if I can find that tweet. I'm pretty sure I've had that opinion for a long time now. Basically, the amount of people that actually own Bitcoin in their own self sovereign addresses is diminishing. And it's only going to continue to diminish as time goes on for the next 30 to 40, 50 years. Um, so the self custody business, like as a bit air quote business, is a dumb business to be in.
It's cooked.
It's cooked. Even collaborative custody, like these collaborative custody companies, they're gonna die. They don't offer anything that makes sense for the average person. It makes very little sense for the average person. There's a small niche of people that will be interested in it, but it is not a scalable economy to create massive corporations and massive businesses. Like to have, how many companies are there that do collaborative custody now? There's like fucking I can't even count how many there are. There's so many. And every time, like Unchained, how many layoffs has Unchained done in the last like 3 years? Like they raised so much fucking money with these dumb crypto VCs thinking that this was going to be the meta moving forward, that it was going to be collaborative custody on chain,
On
multi
fucking
sig.
Word doc. On a fucking
Yeah,
DocuSign.
yeah, they thought that was going to be the meta, and so Unchained Capital raised a stupid amount of money at stupid valuations, and ever since they've done that, they've had to fire people, fire more people, fire more people, because the clear meta in digital assets are 99% of the population is going to buy the ETF, or very close to 99%. And so these whole idea that even a sliver of the people on the planet are going to use a collaborative custody solution is fucking asinine, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, self custody is great. I use self custody, but for my threat model and my model, I don't want a U.S. corporation tied to my fucking Bitcoin and any stretch of the imagination. But these people are hunky dory with it, and realistically, they're paying a fairly large premium to get some very novel features, in my opinion. The features that they get are any type of inheritance planning that goes along to these multi collaborative setups. They get the ability to see their Bitcoin on chain, which you can get that at exchanges now. If you're dealing with any amount of serious money, you can have your own dedicated cold storage wallets and any of these custodians, right? And I keep going back to this, that the main foundational tenet of why someone would or should self custody is, one, do you trust yourself more with cryptography and ability to store and secure Bitcoin private keys than a third party? That's number one, literally number one. You need to have more confidence in yourself than you do third party to store your Bitcoin on
Otherwise,
chain.
why are you here? Why are you here?
Yeah,
Is this
exactly, right? And and this is the whole tenet of why I'm so pissed off today, is because all of these people made that decision in their head that they trust themselves more than a custodian, and it turns out they're fucking retarded because they didn't even create a fucking passphrase. They didn't even create a passphrase, and they made the conscious decision to say, yes, I'm more responsible and knowledgeable about cryptography and storing private keys than this third party who is a regulated entity that has way smarter people working for it than I do. Right? That's what you have to think if you're going to self custody. You have to trust yourself more than these third parties. And clearly, most of these people today apparently are fucking retarded, and they shouldn't have trusted themselves because they're fucking idiots.
Have you ever been to a Bitcoin conference, Magoo?
Fuck, not lately.
Okay.
How can I get some of this self custody that you guys are talking
Well,
about?
you got the mustard seed. You gotta crush it up. You gotta grind it up. Yeah, and then the other tenet of self custody is, do I want to be in sole control and anonymous with my Bitcoin. Like, that's what it is. But I digress. People are retards, and retards make retarded decisions. So here we are. People are
And times
fucking.
like these remind people of what they need to be doing. You know, they're
Well,
getting
that's what I
soft.
mean. Yeah, exactly.
We thought amnesia was the attack vector to lose your keys.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Like the paper wallets or the head wallets. It's like, oh, what if your girlfriend's Latina and you call her fat and she hits you in the head and you forget your passphrase? Okay, yeah, I forgot my passphrase. Oh, wait a minute. I'm retarded. I didn't create a wallet with a passphrase. I just let fucking Cold Card create my seed for me and I didn't use a passphrase. Oh, like, oh my God. Like, I'm going to be like, it is exponentially more secure to create a Bitcoin wallet without using any electronic device. Anything that's technological, like anything that's technological, even storing your private keys on a cold card is 10 times more likely, clearly, obviously today, 10 times, if not 100 times more likely to have some vulnerability than you sitting somewhere in a closed room and creating entropy was physical actions, aka rolling dice, and then you manually writing down things to create your private key. Like this is doable. You can 100% create a Bitcoin wallet with zero technology. You can do it. It takes a long fucking time. It takes a long fucking time to do it, but you can do it. You can create a Bitcoin wallet and seed phrase with zero pieces of technology. You got to be good at math, but you can do it. And soon as you get away from that and you start using technology and libraries, you just open yourself up to vulnerabilities. And this one today is a doozy. Like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This today that is a fucking doozy because it was a I don't want to call it a bonehead vulnerability, but it was. And it's at the core tenet of security of securing private keys. It literally it's literally the algo or random number
Well,
generator, if you
Magoo,
will.
on top of that, it's been a hell of a year for Bitcoin narratives and catchphrases, and this just adds another epitaph. You know, you had we're talking like fastest horse in the race, a hedge
Oh,
against
that's a
in.
5 year
Or
old narrative
etymology
there.
maxing in Bitcoin
Yeah, but
spaces.
all these, the holy grail was like set it and forget it, sleep well with the cold card. And once again, for those that know, it's like, okay, I knew that was just a marketing line. But for those that are somewhat new to the space, and we're talking several years, they're like, man, this is just another narrative that has bitten the dust. Starting to like question the whole thing.
What a whole thing that Bitcoin. Oh yeah, Bitcoin getting fucking demolished and like price appreciation. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just all of it collectively. It's like, okay, so I would have been, if you look at a whatever time frame you're in, obviously if you bought the top or even if you had, 4 or 5 years out, like, okay, didn't beat inflation, would have done better with the S&P 500. And if I hold in self custody, like I have to fucking live in a basement full time with a fucking, dev by my side
Faraday
if I want to
cage.
make sure.
Let's just call it Leopold. Self custody is Leopold.
unironically on a different note. I think Leopold is probably going to have and you can quote me on this. I think he's probably going to have a massive comeback.
That's
And
Interpol's little brother,
I
Leopold.
don't say that again.
Is that Kathy Wood's son or something?
No, it's just the
Oh.
retard that has situational awareness.
We know who he is. We just where he come from.
No, he comes from Germany, dog, bro. I've never seen someone more German in my life. Well, obviously he has autism, but he comes get well. This is the funniest part. He's ex FTX, like ex FTX. He used to work at FTX in their
Oh shit,
venture department. Um,
He was in the Bahamas. Was he down there in
I
the
don't
polycule?
bro!
know if
You
he was.
can't get
Was he
I
more
part of
don't
the
know if
cooked.
he was
polycule?
in the sex cult. I don't know if he was in the sex cult in Bahamas, but he did work for FTX.
You can't get more cooked than that fun. Tried to sell out, and they wrecked them, and then bounced
Well,
it back.
that whole
We need
trade,
a
like
we
they
need a
were.
we need a good film on like the polycule. Just that. You know what happened there. You know that would be good.
Yeah, I
Sam
think.
Bankman-Fried, Caroline, fucking what's her name? Yeah, they're going to be much better looking actors.
What a slap in the face of the recovery today. Holy shit.
Oh, for all disclosure purposes, before I talk about AI and all these stupid fucking things, I did buy the AI dip yesterday. Not massively. I've talked about this.
Thought you said it's taking a shit and all going down and burning. Why are you buying?
Because
Mm,
the biggest bull market
mm.
or the biggest rallies happen in bear markets, my friend. Um,
Well, good
I
timing.
well, this is what I think it is. I think this is one of those massive rallies in a bear market for most of these AI names. Like
Dude, that shit ripped.
I'll
That's a
just
face
names.
ripper.
So yesterday, I bought four names. I bought SanDisk. I bought Marvel. I bought Micron, and I bought Bloom Energy. Bloom Energy today is up
Fucking ripped.
26%. SanDisk is up 26%. Marvel's up 12%, and Micron's up 18% today alone. Those are. Do
Why
you remember?
Sandisk?
Do you ever? Why? Because it got beat
Yeah,
down the most. And my narrative, it's a memory stock,
yeah,
but my narrative
yeah,
was
yeah.
that the most beat down stocks in a bear market rally are going to rip the most. And any
Okay.
fucking rally, let's look at SanDisk for example. In the move up, how many times did SanDisk go up 26% in one day? I don't think one. I don't think one. Let me see here.
I
I'm trying to
wouldn't
make
know,
it
but
down.
I would assume it's never done that before.
Your nemesis Alfred was dancing on his head
On whose
today.
head?
Oh, his own head. He's like, oh, Iran, 30% up, 35% up.
Well, he has to. He's a board member. He's gonna fucking
No,
jerk
we
himself on that. And so I
still
think
down 50%.
so I yeah, so on the way up, SanDisk had a 15% move on a daily, maybe a little bit more. It's never had a 20 fucking 6% move, right? And realistically, I'm up a little bit more than that because I literally bought about 30 minutes before the FOMC presser, where it was down in the fucking dirt. I think I bought it for I think my cost basis is like $1,012 or whatever on SanDisk. But my narrative is like I don't plan on holding these for too long because I think what you're seeing here is that like no, I don't want to call it a dead count bounce because I don't think the AI trade is over for eternity. I think it potentially goes lower going into midterms, and we'll see what plays out. But I think we're due for the next at least couple days, maybe tomorrow, and maybe Monday and Tuesday, where we see that the bounce and we basically get another 10%, 15% out of some of these stocks. But like, let's like everyone's thinking like we're back. SanDisk is still down 45% from all time high. And all time high was literally fucking a month ago. And it's
Wow.
down 45%. So yeah, it had a big fucking move today. But yeah, it was down. What was it down? It was down 58%. It like these AI stocks got absolutely fucking murdered. And so even in a bear market, you're gonna have massive rips. And so that's why I bought a small AI bag yesterday. And it's just a trade, but the Leopold situation is quintessential Wall Street. Like you have this hotshot German autistic fuck that came out of nowhere, mainly because he was let's just call it overconfident, or he was confident in the AI trade itself, right? Like his wife literally is the chief of staff at Anthropics. So whether he was getting inside information or not, but he definitely knows the AI space through and through, from the business models to how the supply chain logistics, what actually needs to get bought for these data centers to basically be constructed and built out. Like he knows that industry very, very, very fucking well, probably more so than almost anybody, to be completely listening to. If you're listening to some of these people like him, you listen to like all the um, all in podcast people, Leopold understands the AI industry better than David Sachs, better than Chamath, better than those guys. He truly understands it. And he was able to position himself. He started a hedge fund. He was able to position his capital and his client's capital in a way that was unique because he knows he had an information asymmetry, and he started taking on massive leverage. So he was up massive amounts. Like I think they started at like 3 billion AUM, and I think at the peak they were like 45 or something. Um,
Bro,
I I think
he needs to sit in the risk chair. Who's that? What's that
it was Greg
Bitcoiner guy?
Foss
Greg Foss, the risk chair.
who unironically ended up getting burned because of bad risk management. But that's
Oh,
Ah,
40
yeah,
years in
hey,
the risk
hey,
chair.
guys, when you sit in a wrist chair as long as I have, I'm going to tell
but
you, sometimes it gets really hot.
that's the sick joke about this industry is like literally like he was the risk chair guy. That was his whole persona, and he ended up fucking not heeding his own advice and wrecking himself. That's like that's another quintessential Wall Street moment. But back to Leopold, yeah, he understands the industry. He took on massive amounts of leverage in these positions. He was up. I don't know what his fund was up at the peak, but it was stupid. Like it was literally better performance than Kathy Wood in 2020. Basically, got way in over his skis with leverage, and these AI stocks, basically, they've been momentum trades. And as soon as that momentum switched the wrong way, like for example, SanDisk was down almost 60% in a month. 60% in a month. That's nuts. Mind you, like SanDisk is still up. Even today, it's still up 500% from a year ago.
You think that was short covering? Just all the funds that were cracking them just covered today after Leopold got,
Yes,
you
100%.
know,
99.9%. That's exactly what happened
just
today.
short covered and it
It's
blew up.
short
Holy
covers
shit.
blew it up and everyone was getting out of their positions because don't get me wrong. People knew that they were in trouble for at least a week, right? When you're a hedge fund or a broker or a trader, things go around very easily. Like secret or inside information
On the street. News
never
travels on the street.
stays private, right? Never exactly. And so this was
Human nature.
found out more
Yeah.
than a week
You
ago,
tell your wife,
and
she tells three of her friends, and now everybody
yeah,
knows.
everyone knows. And so what the classic Wall Street thing to do is basically they know this hedge fund is in a bad spot. They know the positions that they have. They short those positions knowing they have to unload those stocks and those positions. And they short into it. And so they basically, that's where the throw up comes, right?
Not
And
sure if you ever
it,
saw a movie called August with about Land Shark, publicly traded company. At the end, it goes bust, and the guy is like Ken Griffin. He just buys them for pennies. This is what he reminds me
yeah,
of. You ever
exactly.
saw
That's a
that
Ken
movie?
Griffith. Like
Ken,
the
yeah.
funniest, I don't want to call this funny because this is like borderline criminal, but they're never going to be able to do anything about it. Is Citron literally comes out, or not Citron, they come out yesterday, or I guess it was 2 days ago, basically saying, oh, the Fed's going to hike rates, like out of nowhere, like a newsletter. Oh, the Fed is going to hike rates. And then that literally scares everyone because this is such a well known, reputable shop that they have fairly decent judgment calls on this and say, hey, there's going to be a surprise 25 basis point rate cut. Everyone believes it, and they start selling all the fucking AI names, literally fucking destroying Leopold even more than he already was, and literally made him throw up all his entire public AI positions. Griffin and Citadel bought it for pennies on the dollar of where it was before they probably even started talking. So they just fangoozled the fuck. They just got fucking absolutely fucking
Just
bent.
Bill Ackman that shit. It's hell on
Yeah.
earth. Hell on earth.
Well, he didn't get on public TV and cry, but
No,
pretty close. That
he
was
called all of his other hedge fund friends and said, "Guys, there's a situation going on
exactly.
over here. Special situation."
Yeah, we have a special situation. Another idea, a brilliant idea. Right? Yeah. So basically, he threw up all his public positions, and these other companies were shorting into these positions. So today, all the positions that Leopold had, like the ones that I bought, Bloom, Micron, SanDisk, a few other Marvell, like a few other energy companies, they all fucking exploded today. Is because Leopold threw up all at the bottom, and all the shorts covered today, and all the dip buyers bought today. And so you have this massive bounce. And to be completely honest with you, it's not even massive yet, right? Because right now, from the very bottom, SanDisk is up about 28, 29%. I would not be surprised if it's up 50% from the bottom. So right now it's trading at, well, actually after hours, it's trading at 13. It's up another 5% after hours to 1344. I would not be surprised if this rallies over the next 2 or 3 trading days back over 1500. And that would be a 50% rebound from the very bottom. But then it's probably going to roll over again. I don't think the AI trade is going to just come back instantly and it's going to be a fucking to the moon thing. I think there's going to be a lot of things that need to be digested because of two things. This move, specifically with Leopold, and two, the market really needs to digest open weighted models and open source models that I don't think the market has a very good grasp yet on what this truly means for the future revenue perspectives of some of these closed source American models like Anthropics or OpenAI, and what that means in the long run for data center build out, right? And now everyone seems to be worrying about leverage, right? Because things don't become a bubble until essentially leveraged is used, right? In terms of like continuing the bubble, like if you're using equity or cash on hand, or even whatever you're using, as long as it's not leveraged, it's not really a bubble. But now we're getting into the territory where I know Dom, you'll probably be able to talk about this in terms of like the whole backdoor private credit vehicles that some of these companies are using that are funded by pension funds to basically create data centers. And everyone's worried about these massive hyperscalers and some of these other companies that are just going too far out on the capex and also the leverage of raising money, debasing equity, and then using these even crazier private credit vehicles. And so the market is needs to fully digest all of that. And I think that's going to take a while. And given the fact that we're in a midterm year, this literally rolls perfectly into every fucking midterm election stock performance. Going into the midterms, stocks always perform like dog shit, right? Let's see here. When was the last midterm? What year was it? That would have been 2022.
Yeah.
Which one?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Was it 2022?
Yeah, it was 22 because it's just every 4 years.
Yeah. So 2022, basically markets peaked mid-August, and then, or not peak, but they rebounded a little bit, but then they basically crashed. Well, I don't want to scare anybody, but in 2022,
Gotta burn.
the S&P 500 lost 19% from August until October before the
I
midterms.
don't want to scare anyone, but everything's going to take a shit.
Well, I'm just saying that's 2022. That was during the whole fucking bear market, anyways. Like we were in a fucking massive bear market in 2022.
What are we in right now again? I don't remember.
Well, if you look at the chart, it's the chart's still intact, boys. The chart's still intact.
There
But
was an article
yeah,
today. Was like, okay, next step, Bitcoin, 35,000, final bottom. Let's go. I'm
who
like,
fuck
well,
said that?
shit. It's a pretty big publisher.
Oh my god, a big publisher. And then in 2018, the midterms before that is when you had the Fed throw up and reverse course on quantitative tightening. Remember the whole December
Dude,
blow?
we had a super ripper in December. Or no, when did it rip back up? After New Year's?
It was
Super
literally
ripper
Christmas
back
Day.
up.
Remember, it was
Yeah.
literally
Oh,
the
yeah.
red
Yeah, that's what
Christmas
it was.
Day.
Yep.
Remember in
Fucking
2018?
ripped.
Yeah.
Fucking
But yeah,
super
going
ripper.
into Christmas, it took a massive fucking shit. I think it peaked in October and then basically crashed all the way to December. That's when the Fed stopped selling treasuries on the open market and said, we can't do this anymore. And that's where they reversed on their rate hiking cycle as well. 2014 was, let's see, I'll pull up 2014. Oh, once again, 2014, previous midterm cycle. Market peaked in September and corrected into October. The S&P corrected 10%. Not that big, but still a correction going into midterms. Before that, we had, let's see here, 2010. We're going to the 2010s. Let's figure this out. Oh, market was just shit. It didn't really correct, but it was just flat from May of
Coming out of
2010.
the housing crisis still, just working its way
Yeah.
back up flat.
Yeah. So but the craziest stat, and I'm gonna stand by this. The craziest stat in modern stock markets is that the U.S. stock market, every single post midterm election, 8 months out, every single one in US history, every last one, every single last fucking one, going back to like the 30s, the stock market was up on average 8% 8 months after the midterm election, which is that a crazy stat to me. To be that consistent for like basically 100 years is fucking wild to me. And then you start to think about how is that possible? Well, it's because the markets are dog shit going into the midterms. All the uncertainty that people they don't want to hold risk assets going into an election that they have no idea what way it's going to go, right? And usually the incumbents
Get
lose.
hosed.
They
Yeah.
get hosed, right? And this
And
that
this is what's
that
going to happen this time too, probably more than likely.
more than likely 90%
Wrecked. Yeah, like
chance.
wrecked.
Right.
Completely wrecked.
Right. At least in the House, they're probably going to lose some Senate seats. They probably won't lose the control of the Senate, but they are basically going to lose their ability to pass any bill with
Yeah.
a massive compromise. And that's
Gridlock and then rally the markets. Let's go. It's too easy.
exactly right. And this is the whole thing of why Senator Lummis is like, oh, if we don't pass clarity now, we're not passing it until 2030.
Ever.
Because realistically, what that means is they know if they
Then
lose.
a Democrat wins and then they veto, shut it down, 2034.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. I would be remiss, but like it would be pretty funny if it doesn't happen. Um, well, I want it to happen because beg go up, but if it doesn't happen here, but then they somehow make a compromise after the midterms, would be pretty funny. That would shock everybody, and this is Max Entertainment, so um, and
Fucking House start working together to like actually pass things like for the first time in like 100 years.
yeah, but I think the first order of business for the House after the midterms will be to impeach Trump. So
Focus on impeaching him for the next 2 years is what I
that's
was going
literally
to
all the House is gonna do, or not, like that's all they're gonna worry about. The Democrats, they're just gonna throw impeachment after impeachment after impeachment. And to be completely honest with you, like The Iran bullshit literally there's enough there to warrant
Close to an impeachable offense.
is quite the impeachable
Oh shit!
offense, in my opinion. Going to war without Congress's approval is literally the number one thing that you should impeach a president for. Luckily for Trump, they probably won't lose the Senate, so he probably won't be removed from office, but that's that's always going to be fun. It's just going
Trump
to be the
was
whole
rolling the
news.
dice with Iran. Rolling the
Yeah,
dice.
it was the stupid dice. They don't even get. They weren't ever even going to get anything out of it. Like one, it clearly looks like Iran was not creating nuclear weapons, and they attacked them for what? Like now the whole goal is to open the straits. The straits were fucking open before the war started. So this whole thing is a fucking absolute fucking disaster.
What if files get released that this entire war was because the old president of Iran like sent some DM to Trump and insulted him?
Oh, probably wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised that the U.S. will make up any story to make their war valid for whatever reason. But they fucked up royally. They miss. Well, I don't want to say they because I think it was mostly Trump's ego that really fucked them. They had the 1-2 quick victory in Venezuela, and then you had Bibi whispering in Trump's ear that he could do the same thing in Iran, and you could be remembered as the president that brought down the IRGC. All you need to do is back us up, and if we hit these people at the head, we'll cut it down. There'll be a revolution in Iran. It'll be great. Yada yada yada. Trump fucking ego just sucked that up like a fucking.
What happened with that? The Western Iranians were supposed to be armed by the US to go like take them down. It never happened.
No, it never happened because apparently they did one shipment and then someone just took the guns.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. And then they started like arming the fucking Kurds in Iraq, apparently. And then that's why 2 weeks ago you seen out of nowhere Iran starting launching ballistic missiles into Iraq is because they were hitting the positions that they were basically training and arming these militia Kurd groups in northern Iraq. And clearly China told them that this was happening because China can see everything. They have just as sophisticated satellite imaging software and systems and satellites as we do, if not better. And they said, hey, look, Iran, here's targets that you need to hit. It's basically an invasion force that they're training to basically cause an incursion into your territory to cause ruckus. And Iran hit them up hard. And every single target that Iran's hitting, they're hitting it because of China. China's clearly, obviously, giving them all the targeting coordinates that they need for all the high value systems. In that MOU, I don't know if it was in Bahrain, but during the ceasefire, when they signed the MOU, the United States lost a lot of radar systems in the Middle East. Iran did a very good job of taking those out, thanks to China. And so during the ceasefire, which was essentially 2 weeks, the United States put up more radar facilities, literally within those 2 weeks, and they were gone within 24 hours of when the ceasefire ended because China told them they were building new radar systems. And basically, as soon as the ceasefire was over, Iran just took them out. Like the amount of equipment that the US has probably lost, like forget about the cost of munitions of what they're firing is a whole different category, but just the helicopters, the drones, the planes, the radar systems. Hexas says that the war has cost them like something stupid, like I think it was like $32 billion. In reality, it's probably actually closer to $320 billion than it is to $32 billion between all the munitions and the missiles, the interceptors.
Grant Cardone at 10x.
Yeah, Grant Cardone 10x it, and
10x it.
all the military equipment that got lost because of targeting. They are trying their best to actually hide what Iran is actually targeting and hitting and actually successfully destroying, but it's a lot. Like it's actually quite a lot. Like there was a point. This was a while ago, but there was a point where there was this. I don't know what the terminology. Maybe you know what it is, Wade. The surveillance plane that had all the surveillance
The
technology.
P8.
Which is, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's like a $400 million plane, correct?
Well, here's the bottom line: the surveillance planes and signals intelligence planes that they're sending up there. Most of the reporting is stating the reason they're being forward deployed is because all the stuff on the ground was blown all to hell. And there was multi-billion-dollar worth of ground radar and signals intelligence equipment which was blown to hell. But I think what's being like underestimated was the fact that the IRGC and the Iranian militias knew like where a lot of the sensitive equipment was, and they were using the Chinese were contributing significantly to their signals intelligence and their satellite data. Them or the Russians, I don't know, who knows? That's all, that's all inside baseball. But the bottom line is like I know from being over there that we were completely on a human intelligence level compromised by the IRGC, the Iraqi militias, Hezbollah. They were all over the place. So they knew everything, where everything basically was. And that targeting data was basically fed to drone operators, and the drone operators, all that material was smuggled in via the weapons trafficking lanes for the last decade. And basically they got hit and then they Pearl Harbored us. They knew they had a reaction plan in place. And when shit went down, their drone operators got their shit in gear and they went and they hit their assigned targets. And their assigned targets were very, very sensitive ISR like equipment for us. And we've taken some serious punches. And look, like when the Wall Street Journal comes out and when Dan Kane comes out and says what he's saying. So like Dan Kane, he's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's the primary military advisor of the president. And when effectively like the New York Times is leaking that, hey, the vice president's office and the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff are of the following opinion. And by the way, here's the CSIS report of like how drawn down the munitions are. How do you not? If you could continue striking, and striking was going to do something positive for the president's position, they would continue to be striking. I stated publicly at the beginning of the war, I was like, I give them 24 days till we punch ourselves out. Well, we went, 3 or 4 weeks? We punched ourselves out. We asked for a ceasefire. We didn't like the fact that they were dictating terms of, they struck vessels that were going through the strait that were violating their navigational terms. I don't know. I think you kind of have to call a spade when basically you lose the ability to continue striking and continue escalating. I think you have to seriously consider that it might be the possibility that the stockpiles are low and the military options are low. And I don't know at this point what the alternative is outside of some sort of like potentially going back to the MOU or going to some sort of diplomatic negotiations. I don't know what additional military options they're going to have. And the fact that they're 2 weeks, if not 1 week away from cracking the 300 million barrels in the SPR. So my perspective is the 3-pronged thing. The interceptors are critically low. The long-range attack strike weapons are low. And the SPR is cracking, 40-year lows. Someone can double check me on that, but they're all, it's a trident that aimed right at the heart of the president's strategy. And I don't know how he gets around it.
He does it by rolling the dice with self-custody and entropy.
Boom. Self
Boom.
custody.
Custody.
Yeah, I don't know what what they're gonna do here. I think their options are fucking limited when it comes to Iran at this point.
I don't even know why they started it. What was the premise of why this
Iraq
conflict
or
started
Iran's
again?
going to have nuclear weapons within 32 hours. We got to bomb them and kill all of
About
the
nuclear weapons.
school
That was the
girls
premise.
so that we can get their nuclear weapons and stop them from ever having a nuclear weapon, which on the surface is a really good, strong narrative. But as soon as you look into it, um, why if we were worried about Iran having a nuclear capability, why did we leave the deal, the nuclear deal that we had with them? It was ironclad. Like it was the most inspected nuclear program on the planet. And
Does OFAC?
why yeah, why are we getting out of that if we're truly like it was all a pretense. Trump took us out of that agreement and forced Europeans or strong-armed them to get out of that agreement as well. It was all a pretense for the whole narrative of like, oh, Iran is
He
going
just
to have
didn't like the
nukes.
supreme leader. That's
Well,
all
it
it
doesn't
was.
matter. They always wanted to attack Iran. The whole plan from literally 9/11, there was literally a plan drawn up that had them and us basically attacking and overthrowing Iran from 2001. The whole military industrial complex has been planning a war with Iran for fucking 25 years.
Yep.
So they got pulled themselves out of the nuclear deal for no reason. Like it makes no sense. Like you have the most scrutinized nuclear program on the planet where you had inspectors up their asses all the time to give you live real-time information about what Iran is doing with their nuclear program, and you exit that so you have no inspectors, no nothing, no oversights about what and how much they can enrich and how what percentage they can enrich to. You exit that deal, like what other than a
Mm.
pretense for war is that
It had
it
the Magoo. It had the wrong guy's name on it. Sadly,
yeah, it didn't have Trump's name on it,
right?
right? Trump thought he was in a position to where he could leave that and use the US military to get a better deal. Well, it now is looking like it's going to be a worse deal. Now it looks like Iran has its own sovereign nuclear program with no oversight in perpetuity going forward.
What do you guys feel about OFAC and Treasury's involvement in all of this? Because every week, every 2 weeks, there's a major Treasury, like something going on with the Treasury. It's Russian sanctions on,
Yeah,
Russian sanctions off,
yeah.
Iran sanctions on, Iran sanctions off.
Well,
Oh, they're
because
using
it's
Bitcoin. Like,
Well, they're struggling to find a lever that works against Iran. You know, we basically have two super weapons. The U.S. does. The U.S. has their nukes, and it has their money printer, and you can't nuke them. So they're trying every which way to make
Tether
Iran.
them.
Well, they're trying to make Iran feel the pain every which way they can, weaponizing the U.S. dollar. So you're right. Yeah, it can be cutting them off from SWIFT. It can be putting sanctions on this and that. It can be, but it's all versions of the same thing. It's putting the squeeze on them via USD. And the struggle is like here we are. This was supposed to be just a couple of weeks conflict, right? Now it's gone to several months, half a year, and it really doesn't feel like any end in sight.
well, not when the
Definitely.
F-35s are $300 million a pop and they're getting tagged
Yep.
and their maintenance, like, so literally the SecNav came out the other day and he posted a photo of this F-35B and, I think it's a B. Anyway, it's the one that does a vertical takeoff. I'm like, oh yeah. Well, literally that was probably the only operational photo of F-35B because their readiness rating is somewhere between 10 and 15%, and they have 200 of them. So literally, you could flip a coin and be like, oh, that's the only one that's functional today. So like when you have these Cadillac, Ferrari level like weapons programs, and you don't have any sustainment you don't have any staying power with any of like the weapon systems or programs that we've done. You know, the F-35 system is an absolute disaster. The Minuteman III system is like an absolute disaster. These are turning into multi-trillion-dollar liabilities. And then you have the VA coming out saying that, yeah, our budget is double the Army. Like when your veterans healthcare liabilities are double that of what your standing U.S. Army is, like that's that's end of empire like level stuff.
Got to start
I don't know how
self
that's
custodying.
reconciled.
Got to start self custodying.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a math problem. You know, you're trying to knock down $20,000 drones with $2 billion weapon systems. That math doesn't math out. Not to mention, it's a heck of a lot faster to replace that $20,000 drone. Can you even, on a reasonable timeline, replace those two billion? That's being generous. I mean, a fighter jet, come on, it's 20 billion starting sticker price. So, but like the time it takes to replace, and the ongoing service, like that math is a real problem. So that, I mean, that's why I think you're right. I think that's why they're trying every which way to see if they
So
can
Iran won,
weaponize U.S.
basically.
dollar. No, not necessarily.
Looks like they won. Looks like they're going to get more money to turn off the nuclear program than
Well,
before.
I mean, it depends. I don't want this to happen. I don't want it to happen, but
I mean,
Trump can either
but
do two. Well,
mm,
he can do. It's like Vietnam. He can do two things. He can either leave or
yeah, who won
escalate.
Vietnam? Just wondering.
Right, because they went.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah, well, because they left. They chose leave, and that's his options. He can leave or he can crazy escalate.
Yeah, I think the crazy escalation thing, which will probably get him not just impeached, but
Yeah,
maybe potentially removed because of how unpopular it is. Because
bingo.
if
Bro, he has
they
no support over there,
if
unfortunately.
if they
Not no
escalate,
Unfortunately.
support here either.
Yeah,
yeah, if
that's what I'm
they
saying. No, that's what I meant. Like, over here is not supporting over there.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, but
yeah, and so
Congress loves the spend though. I mean, you know, Congress they
No.
don't care that Lockheed Martin is getting paid incentive bonuses right now for delivering F-35s without radar. And 40 to 50% of the F-35s that are being delivered right now to all of the you know, to the Air Force, et cetera, and all the other players, they're being paid incentives to deliver them without radar because they don't have the rare earth from China because they've been
Yeah.
sanctioned from China to put the radars in the aircraft. So literally, they're actually lowering even further the readiness rating of all the military services because the equipment that's being delivered to them, 50% of it is not combat effective.
Well, the one thing that Congress does care about is reelection, and this becoming an escalation would be so unpopular that I mean, I don't care how safe a district you think you're in, or how solid blue or ruby red your state is as a U.S. senator. Like, no one would be safe from a extremely unpopular war. No one.
Doesn't it seem like Trump, clean and concise, won in Venezuela with Maduro? Like, that's a clear win, and he's clearly lost in Iran. Like, if Iran would have taken like a week, that would have been okay
Well,
for optics.
but Venezuela had no
We're
the
saying
conflicts. Yeah, but it
he
was
shouldn't have gone into Iran is the point.
absolutely no.
You
Okay,
can't win.
yeah, I
So just
agree with
stay
that.
out of there.
Yeah, I think he miscalculated and he thought like, oh, I take
We're on a
out
roll. Roll the dice.
right.
We got Maduro.
I take
Roll the
out
dice.
I take out their leader and they'll roll over. And that might have worked for Venezuela, but Iran is obviously, obviously a completely different civilization with different motives. Not to mention, no offense to Venezuela, but they're not strategically important on the level that Iran is. Not even close. Not even a little bit.
Exactly. China and Russia are not, got to support Venezuela in the same way they're going to
Right.
support
well,
us.
Venezuela had no fucking army to even try,
Right.
right? Or Iran. has been literally preparing for this for the last fucking 30 years. They
Yeah.
knew that this was coming. They knew this was coming. And that's why they literally, like fucking rats, dug into fucking granite fucking mountains and stored who knows how many
2
ballistic.
miles, 3 miles deep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whoever, how many ballistic missiles they have in their capabilities and how much they're still making and all the drones.
Yeah.
The U.S., like, there's zero political, um,
Political will.
yeah,
Yeah.
political will right now to do a ground invasion. Like
Yeah.
that's the
It would
last
be
thing.
it would look, as someone who served in Afghanistan, this would be so much nastier, bloodier. I mean, the terrain is just as mountainous, if not more so, and no offense to Afghanistan, but they didn't have any standing army like Iran does. And now we have, short, medium range drones that at any given moment can drop grenades, if not literal bombs, on top of your head at a moment's notice. Like, it's not even comparable. It's not even comparable. It would be such a bloody mess.
Yeah, like if they, I would probably, and I'm not a fucking expert, but I would assume that the casualties on the U.S. side would probably be at least 10x more than what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq, and not so much because Iran terrain is so much more difficult or they have a standing army. Yes, that's some of it. But the way that wars are fought today compared to how they're fought in 2001, 2002, 3, 4, and 5, like look at Russia and Ukraine. Like what you said, Matt. Literally, you would have drones massacring any ground invasion. Like you would have these troops going out being hit by like 20, 30, 40 drones on any movement. Like it would be a literal fucking stalemate where troops are just sitting in rubble building hit by US airstrikes with these fucking people living in dirt holes
Yeah.
shooting,
It'd be
launching
trench warfare.
drones into all these
It'd be
positions. Yeah, it'd be
literal
trench
trench
warfare.
warfare.
And they would get nowhere quick. Like even if the US sends in special ops and somehow is able to get ground troops into the bunker of the new fucking imams, and kill him, it doesn't matter. We already killed the leader. And look what happens. Like
They
it
get a
just
new leader
doesn't.
and then a
Yeah,
new leader.
You get a new leader and
they're
a new leader.
decentralized as shit. Yeah.
Dude, they've been rolling the dice,
Yeah,
self-custodying their leaders.
yeah. That's what it is. It's decentralized leadership,
Yeah.
baby, 100%. And so there's no political will for the U.S. to even
No.
do that, even if they wanted to. And honestly, Trump's losing the midterms in November. They lose the House, and they're going to lose not the full majority, but it's going to be a tighter margin in the Senate. So Trump actually has a fairly decent chance at losing war
I mean,
powers.
we talked about this,
Um,
Magoo, in March, April.
yeah,
We
exactly.
talked about, like, if Trump really did try to escalate this to ground invasion, he would lose a supermajority of the Senate and risk impeachment, period. He would. Like, right now they're flirting with, like, maybe there's a chance the Democrats get 51, but it's looking like the Republicans are going to keep 51 votes in the Senate. But this is literally so unpopular that if he really did kick off ground invasion, I mean, I'm sure we could come up with 60, 66 senators that could flip, like, easily.
Where's the
It'd be
president
close.
going to get the
Never happens.
men? Where's the president going to get the men and the actual divisions and the brigades to go do the work? Because the divisions and the brigades that existed during Gulf War One and Gulf War Two, those formations no longer exist.
Yeah.
So,
What think of
you have a
yeah.
400,000 man army right now, but only a third of them are combat troops. So,
Think
like, you
about
actually don't have the ability
yeah.
to marshal the combat power and the force that would be required to do Iraq War Two. It doesn't exist. Like, the Navy's half the ships, the Army is half the divisions. All of these cost expenses, personnel costs, the insurance costs, ordnance costs, they've all gone through the roof. They literally don't have the funding to continue to do what there is no funding there's no personnel, there's no ordnance or material or logistics available to do an
Steps
invasion.
in
Yeah.
Optimus robots. This is what I mean. I think the U.S. ability to wage any type of ground invasion is going to be non-existent until the army is fully autonomous, meaning there is no human components to the attack side. Like fighter jets, disposable drones, cheaper manufactured cruise missiles, cheaper constructed intercept missiles, robots that you can actually put on the ground and actually able to do an operation and don't care, because that's where the political will really falls off, right? When you have human life lost, right? And that's why the US has been rather cagey with injuries and overall deaths associated to this war. Like, for example, you might say that I'm a kook because I believe the US is hiding the true casualty list, but you're telling me when that air quote rescue operation of the F-15 fighter pilots, where they use special CIA heartbeat technology to detect their heartbeat hiding on a mountain. You're telling me that one of those big ships literally landed and crashed and burned and nobody fucking died? Not a single person died from that thing crashing into the fucking runway and burning.
Yeah, but nothing
Not one.
nothing in the defense sector is actually made for combat power or lethality. It's made for profit. So literally, and it's all equally distributed across the United States. So the profits can all be laundered back to the politicians, back through effectively the lobbyists. None of these combat systems are based upon lethality. They're all for-profit weapon systems for for-profit countries. None of it is actually based in a doctrine of national defense or combat lethality or combat
Well,
power.
that's what they're trying to change now. Now they're trying to change that with Andril and all the new age technology that they're trying to create to basically compete with Iran and Chinese manufacturing capabilities of making basically 20,000 like $250 drones. Like
Yeah.
they're trying to be able to
Take
compete on
a
that level because that's the only way they'll ever will be able to compete with Iran is if they do that, right? And like even with all the might that the U.S. military has in its standoff offensive capabilities, the United States has laid bare its entire capability to do stand back offensive operations, and Iran still not only surviving but still able to project outside of their own borders. Yeah. And basically grind the halt of the Straits of Hormuz. So, and this is what people don't understand is like the U.S. 100% laid bare its full 100% operational capability of stand back uh, operations, basically firing missiles, cruise missiles, everything that they could possibly do to weaken the IRGC. They hit, Trump even said himself, they hit over 2,500 targets in the first like 2 weeks. And since then, they've hit way more targets. But guess what? They haven't been able to degrade to any noticeable effect the ability of the IRGC to project power outside of their borders and to contain control of the Straits of Hormuz. And so the only thing that they can do is, like you said, Matt, either just fucking call it quits or escalate massively. And the only thing that they can really do to escalate or to escalate it massively is to do some type of ground incursion. Like you're not going to change anything if you do bombing or bombing runs, bombing more things or whatever. And the part that I think what Trump will probably do is he will probably call it quits, but before he does, he'll probably commit 30 or 40 or 50, maybe 100 war crimes, and he's going to take out the civilian infrastructure. In a kind of a take your ball and go home. But because that's what they want to do. They want to they want to flatten the entire country is so that the people basically revolt against the IRGC and the whole dogma leadership. But the problem with that is if Trump does the pissy take his ball and goes home and basically launches all these strategic strikes on electrical grids, civilian bridges, desalination plants, the entire um, industrial oil and energy complex in Iran. If he does that, then Iran is going to turn around and do that to the entire Middle East. So it's like you literally are basically saying, I'm don't want to take this L, so I'm going to take 20% of the global energy supply offline for the next 10 years. Because that's
And
what
if
would
they're
happen,
struck with nuclear
right?
weapons,
And
the Iranians will wipe everything out. They'll fire everything.
that's the any country that launches a nuclear weapon
You automatically lose. Yeah, you
loses.
automatically lose.
You
Yeah.
automatically lose for many different reasons. Even on an international stage, um, you let's say the United States drops a nuclear device on the mountain that apparently is housing apparently the uranium or all of the shit. They hit it with a nuclear weapon. On an international stage, the United States is now the enemy.
Yeah.
Someone who's willing to launch a nuclear weapon against, first of all, any country, let alone a non-nuclear country to begin with, and then the biggest problem though is then you run the risk, and I'm pretty sure they even admit this, is when one in all the war games and game theoreticals that they've ever done, as soon as one country launches one nuclear weapon, it ends in total destruction. Because realistically, if the United States launches a nuke,
War
what is
games.
China going to
War
do?
games.
What is China
War
going to do?
games.
What is Russia going to do?
Fucking war
Right?
games.
Because like,
You don't think in their heart of hearts Russia and Putin would just love to solve this Ukraine problem with like what if we just launched a tactical nuke or two? They would just love to, and but they know they don't. They don't because of the same game theory. They know the first one who launches a nuke, even if it's a tactical one or two, they lose. They literally lose immediately on the world stage. It's a lose lose. And so if U.S. crosses that bridge, one, it doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz because all the drones hidden in every nook and cranny and cave and nondescript building, all those drones all over the country are still right there. And you have you harden the people more against you. That doesn't change their mind. Now they're even hardened more against you. Oh wow, they just dropped a nuke on part of our country. In worst case scenario, you start to turn the Middle East largely against you. Like right now, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, obviously, all of them, like they're all on our side against Iran. But if you start going into no man's land with using nukes, some of them are going to start deciding, like, you know what, we're out. No, we're done. We're going to try to sue for peace with Iran on our own, and we're not allied with the U.S. anymore. They're crazy. They're trying, like they're literally trying to solve their problems with nuclear arms. No thanks. That's the worst case scenario.
yeah, like what? Yeah, like what are the chances? Let's say the United States hits the mountain with a tactical nuclear weapon. What do you think the likelihood of whatever the remnants is of the IRGC is to one either smuggle uranium into the country or to get the uranium that they have stockpiled and somehow crudely create a nuclear weapon? Because at that point, they have every incentive to create a nuclear weapon. And I would think that if the United States did launch a tactical nuke, the most likely second follow up nuclear strike would probably be Iran somehow either getting a nuclear weapon from China or Russia, smuggling it in, or creating their own, and Israel probably being hit relatively.
Fucking self
There's, there,
custody
there's,
that
talk,
nuclear weapon.
there's talk about them buying one from Pakistan, and then they just detonate it
And then
underground, and then
self
they
custody the
demonstrate,
idiot.
Oh, that's interesting.
But
potential.
nobody, but,
That's
but nobody
interesting.
wants to like. If I was no one like right now, I would have there'd be zero incentive to sell or smuggle a nuclear weapon into Iran because you run the risk of Iran using it first, right? Nobody on the planet really wins if there's a nuclear conflict between any nations, and so right now the status quo of the United States and Israel having a nuclear weapon and Iran doesn't makes people feel somewhat safe. If you are smuggle a nuclear weapon to Iran, you run the risk of Iran doing a preemptive nuclear strike, which no one wants. I don't think Iran would do that, but that's the risk that you would run. And so no one wants to. But if the United States already have dropped a nuclear weapon on the Iran, what's the likelihood of other nations providing Iran with a nuke goes up exponentially.
Yeah, what's wrong with
Yeah,
them
it just
following the
doesn't
North
solve.
Korean standard? They follow a North Korean standard, and you get to a particular threshold, and you detonate one underground, and you say, "Well, we have the capability now. It's demonstrable. All the scientists and geologists across the planet have confirmed it. We're now a nuclear state."
Mhm.
Well, I guess it depends on whether the Iranians decide whether they are, and Khomeini decides whether they're going to exit the NPT. And if they get
Well,
pushed too far, they will say we're exiting the NPT, the nuclear, the non-proliferation treaty, and we're going to detonate a nuke. And if they
Yeah.
do,
Well,
but well,
this.
then it's like everyone left the North Koreans alone after they detonated their nuke.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now you're coming to the thing of it. Now you're coming to the real. Like, look, at a certain point, this is what is this centuries old technology? Nuclear technology is coming on 100 years old. At a certain point, it's getting harder and harder to prevent the rest of the human race from acquiring century old technology. You know what I'm saying? Like this doesn't. This eventually doesn't work. It really doesn't. So when you're Israel and you have like just publicly declared that Iran thou shalt not ever whatever get a nuke ever over our dead people's bodies, it's a promise you can't eventually keep. You can't, um, because one, the march of time and progress is against you, and two, when they do, and they will eventually, what's Israel going to do? Does that give Israel the right to nuke Iran? Because they'll certainly, Israel has no capability of, it's hard enough it's hard enough to fathom the U.S. trying to invade Iran. There is no capability of Israel invading Iran. So what, unless Israel is literally saying like if Iran acquires or develops a nuke, we will nuke them preemptively. What are they even talking about? Really? Like what are they even talking about? That's their only option. And if like so you see what I'm saying? Like there's plenty of countries that have nukes today. And but the game theory doesn't change. If anyone uses a nuke, then rest assured everyone else is going to bring the pain on top of them. That's what kept the peace during the Cold War. That's what kept the peace post 2000. And if Iran joins North Korea, and yes, they have a nuke too, it's the same game theory. If Iran ever tried to use a nuke on any of its neighbors, the rest of the world would end Iran.
that's you're getting at the whole point of this is that it's not about Iran getting or not getting a nuclear weapon. It's the United States and Israel's ability to control the Middle East. That's all it is. Because with an Iran without a nuclear weapon, you can have Israel and the United States do what it has been doing for the last 6 months in perpetuity, forever, and to be able to exert power and force over Iran to get them to do what you want them to do.
The least
And Iran with a nuclear weapon stops that in
Right.
its tracks. And the reason why they don't want that is not because they think Iran is going to launch a nuclear weapon. It's because they can no longer basically attack Iran in perpetuity forever. Because think of it this way: um, in Americans are retarded. Well, everyone's retarded, but the talking point for the longest time was, do you want Iran to become North Korea? Meaning, like, do you want there to be another rogue state, rogue quotations, because rogue comparatively to
Yeah.
who? When they use the word rogue, they mean a country that doesn't listen to us, right?
A
Um,
country that doesn't
so
self custody is what they're trying to say.
yeah, that doesn't roll the
Yeah,
dice.
that's right.
So do you want another North Korea? And then on the very surface level, the moron would think, no, I don't want a country that the US can't control to have nuclear weapons. But then you look
Yeah,
statistically
you think about
at,
it for a second.
you
Yeah.
look, you think about that for a second. There has been relative peace between North Korea and South Korea since North Korea has acquired nuclear weapons. There's only been one spat since North Korea has acquired nuclear weapons. There's been one artillery spat in 2010 that lasted a few days. That's it. Relative peace between North Korea and South Korea because there's mutually assured
Exactly.
destruction and nobody wants to fucking mutually destroy each other. And so North Korea and South Korea, guess what, has been living in relative peace for the last fucking 30 years. Like, oh, heaven forbid the Middle East stabilizes because no one wants to attack Iran. Heaven forbid that we don't have to deal with these Iran conflicts every fucking 10, 20 years. Oh, heaven forbid, like, right? Like, these politicians are just power grub hungry fucktards that want to, one, control the Middle East. Because don't get me wrong, with Iran as a nuclear power, changes the power dynamics immensely in the Middle East.
Does it? I mean, here's the thing that they never answer. What does it honestly change? Okay, they get a nuke. They get two nukes. Maybe they get 10 or 100 nukes, but they can't use them. Like they can't actually
No, they control.
they
No,
can't
but they
they
they,
can't
they
actually
control they
no
they
they
control the
already they
Straits of
already control
Hormuz in
yeah, but
perpetuity forever.
they already control the Straits of Hormuz
No,
without a single nuke.
they control they control them in the sense that no traffic is going through. With a nuke, they'd be able to basically charge anybody, and that would just be the going rate, and the oil would be flowing, but they would be prospering. That's the
Now,
difference.
I think honestly, it wouldn't change a thing. Or see, if Iran got nukes, the quick answer from Saudi Arabia is fine. We're going to get nukes too. And so within 10 years, you would have Saudi Arabia with an equal number of nukes across the Red Sea as Iran. And then you're still in the same stalemate where Iran is controlling the straits with cheap sea mines and drones, and everyone just has a nuke stockpile, but you
Yeah,
can't use it and do
but
anything anyway.
Matt, do you know how much the power dynamics change from right now? You have Israel, the only nuclear country in that region, other than I guess Pakistan and India, if you want to consider them part of the Middle
Yeah.
East. But in that whole region there, whether it's the United Emirates, whether it's Dubai, whether it's Saudi Arabia,
But
Bahrain, all those countries, Jordan.
Israel can't do anything with their nukes either.
No, I know, but Israel has been for the last 30 years trying to dictate power
That's fair.
using the United States military in the Middle East. And as soon as you're right, as soon as Iran gets nuclear weapons, guess who the next one is? Saudi Arabia. Do you think the United States and Israel want a nuclear capable Middle East? Not a fucking chance. Why? Because they then cannot control the Middle East and cause all this disruption they've been doing for literally the last 40
Well,
years.
the one thing that we do have over top of the Israelis' heads is, first off, there's no reports that they have thermonuclear weapons, where they don't have big bombs, right? They have atomic weapons, reportedly. But
We have no idea. That's a whole other thing. How is Israel able not to be part of the treaty to where
well,
we are
let me get the
knowledgeable of having
let me get through that
inspections?
real quick. So the one thing that we do have over their head is if they were ever to use one, everybody would know where the material came from, and it's relatively clear. The
The United
material came
States.
from the United States. So if they ever used one, this is what the United States holds over their head: is thou shalt not use a nuclear weapon, because it would basically say that there was a espionage operation against the United States nuclear program wherein they stole the material. But I think there was some sort of deal there where they stated, we won't go thermonuclear, but we'll have Hiroshima level weapons. And that's fine. But if you get to the point where other people in the region do develop atomic or thermonuclear weapons, the Israelis by default have to develop thermonuclear weapons at that point. And then you have a thermonuclear weapon Holocaust level of escalation in the Middle East. And that is that's not acceptable by any, I don't, The Russians aren't going to accept it. The Chinese aren't going to accept it. The U.S. aren't going to accept it, regardless of what level of compromise there is on a United States president or whatnot. And so the only reason I say that is it's important to realize that there's actually like different levels of atomic. When someone goes, atomic, right? Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're thermonuclear.
Yeah, it doesn't China. Don't they got a fucking hydrogen bomb? Apparently the only one, so they say.
No, it's definitely reasonable. We know the Russians do. It's definitely reasonable to believe that I think there's test data that shows that the Chinese have thermonuclear weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if the North Koreans don't have thermonuclear weapons as well. It's not that much of a leap from atomic to thermonuclear.
Yeah, but Matt makes a good point. Like this is realistically 100-year-old
Yep.
technology that like how long can we like even if you're like the pure status of US is the hegemon of the world and it has the not only the ability and the responsibility to exert its power globally to do what it thinks is right, even if you believe that, realistically, how long do you think the United States is going to be able to keep 100-year old technology out of someone's hands? Like they've done a fairly good job of doing that, but now we're up against what I think is a watershed moment where I think Iran is going to be um, able to probably acquire nuclear weapons without the United States' ability to stop
Well, I
them.
think
I think that's where we are.
I think the biggest problem with this whole conflict that the Trump administration introduced. The biggest problem from this whole conflict is Iran discovered and the world discovered that without a single nuke, Iran can control the straits with just their conventional drones and sea mines and weaponry that they have right now. That they can literally shut it down, open it, shut it down, open it at their whim without having any nuclear technology. That's the biggest problem. That's what didn't exist a year ago or 5 years ago, and it's this new realization that shit. The one thing that everyone said, like, oh, it'd be so dangerous if Iran was able to cross this threshold. Well, apparently, actually, it seems that they were already beyond that point, and everyone was worrying about the wrong thing, and unfortunately you've just discovered that they have that power, and a nukes would just be icing on the cake. But good luck putting the genie back in the bottle, the ketchup back in
Yeah,
the
I think what
toothpaste
they
back in the
missed.
tube now.
Yeah, I think the thing that they missed or the thing that they underappreciated was this was honestly, I think this was a manufacturing race. I think they underestimated Iran's capability over the last 10 years to be able to manufacture and produce. Let's just call it military equipment, from the drones to the mines to the ballistic missiles to the hypersonic missiles. They underestimated their ability to build a stockpile and to continue to build these things while being attacked, opposed to the United States' capability to manufacture intercept missiles, to manufacture stealth cruise missiles, to basically have things that they can actually deploy, whether it's standoff or whether it's basically aggressive. It costs too much to wage these wars, and Iran, like Matt said, hit the threshold to where they built up and probably are still manufacturing drones and or ballistic missiles to the point where they can keep the straits shut indefinitely, even in the face of the United States bearing its entire forward arsenal. Realistically, they've launched every standoff technology I think that they have at this point. I don't think that they've went in there with, well, no, even they went in with B-52s and dropped the bunker
Yep.
busters And they've sent in planes to hit targets. They've sent in, I don't know how many stealth cruise missiles they've sent in. I don't know how many drones they've sent in, and like those Reaper drones, and how many of those were lost. But Iran is still there and still kicking because their manufacturing capability is keeping them in the game. And I think the United States, I don't want to just say the United States. I think we're all a little surprised at Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. Um, more so than anything else. Like, and this might not have been like more than narrative, but remember the whole like this was like maybe 4 years ago, or not even 4 years ago. After October 7th happened, and the whole notion or narrative of like the Israeli dome that is impenetrable. And now we're at a point where Iran can hit anywhere in Israel, it bloody where it pleases. Not just that, it can hit anywhere the United States bases are in the Middle East whenever they want. Like there's no stopping it. Like you have these like multi-million dollar intercept missiles. You literally have them launching hundreds of drones. Then you have them launching their shitty missiles, and then you have the fucking supersonic missiles at the end of it, and they're just overwhelming every single air defense system the United States has in the region and hitting any fucking target they want to hit. I don't like 3 years ago, if you would have said that, people would have said you're fucking crazy. If I came on the space and said Iran has the capability to basically beat every single air defense capability the United States has in the Middle East, you would say I'm fucking
I said
nuts.
it in 2020. I said it in 2020 after I got
But you're
back after we were at Al Assad and after we were at Erbil and they did the casualty laundering for the 100 guys who got the TBIs at Al Assad who were all hit in January of 2020 after the Soleimani strikes. And Erbil was hit as well, and they clearly demonstrated.
Did anyone die from that, or did they just all get crazy
No, they no.
PTSD?
Well, no, they had concussion. They all got concussions. But there's reports there's reports that the CIA etc. was spoofing the GPS data on the missiles. But now potentially the missiles are using Chinese or Russian ISR targeting systems right now, which is why they're causing more issues. But regardless, they had the delivery capability to send the shit in and smash stuff up. They demonstrated that they had the ability to deliver at least somewhat close to the target. But now they're hitting their accuracy. Their minute of angle accuracy improvement is severely improved compared to what it was in 2019, 2020. But their ballistic missile strike capacity was always good. And so I you know the problem is that we ignored everyone at the staff level from colonel and under going back to 2019, 2020 knew it, and everyone at the senior levels of operations up to the J3 and up to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they completely ignored or they advised the president and the president ignored it. And the reports is that Dan Kane gave warnings to the president before the operation started, and the president said, "Go ahead and strike anyway," because he thought he could get away with, some sort of Soleimani level victory.
Right. They're gonna quit
2020.
and they're gonna quit and give up before it's a problem anyway. So why the forward bases will be fine because Iran will have already sued for peace by then.
Yeah, I seen a tweet the other day. It's like, oh, Trump is thinking about doing a campaign, a 2-week campaign. I'm like, oh, where have I heard that one before? Like, it's going to be
Yeah.
like I actually want it to escalate just because I want Trump to lose so bad in the midterm that we never have to hear about an Iran conflict for probably the rest of our lives. But
Yeah.
I don't think, because right now the only thing that's really moderating Trump is the oil prices and the 10-year and the 30-year. 30-year is at basically a 20-year high since 2007, I think. So it's basically breaking out and on the verge. Like if we do any type of escalation right now, rates are going to explode higher. And that is not going to be good for anything at this point in time. And oil is going to go up.
Yeah.
Like if it wasn't for the oil prices right now, inflation would be like literally 1%.
Are you worried that this administration's just saving the escalation for a day after the elections? Like just a day after, okay, great. We held the
No,
Senate.
because I
But like, oh, we look, we held the Senate. We've got 51 Republican senators. Great. Now we're going to do this or that escalation.
I don't think so because I think the Congress will probably take his wartime powers away. And I don't know if the Senate will go along. Will even if the Republicans hold the Senate, if it's such a majority of the Congress, it probably means it's a pretty populist movement. Like I don't know if the Senate is going to want to go against
They've
them.
never done that. There's no historical example of that because they all incentivize from
Why?
higher war budget.
Yeah, but the problem is though, what Trump is doing has never been done before either.
It has,
This is not this is
Vietnam, like Vietnam
Yeah,
wasn't close.
it's a
Arab oil
it's a
embargo.
21st.
no. You don't
Oh
understand
yeah,
what I'm
go ahead.
saying. Vietnam was a war that was declared by Congress. This is not. And this is at the point now, this is a war. This is not a special operation. You don't spend $300 billion on a special operation like this. This is what he's going to get impeached for, guys. Soon as the Democrats take the House in November, the very next day they are going to impeach him for what he's doing in Iran. It's the
Yeah.
easiest low hanging impeachment fruit
Yeah,
over
but
anything else. Whether like
it's toothless. It's toothless if they don't have 60 votes in the Senate. So my thinking was honestly, you know,
no, the impeachment is,
yeah.
but the thing is that I think would probably happen is they wouldn't go to impeach right away. They would basically go to strip him of wartime powers.
But even that requires the votes in the Senate. Like, okay, if the House,
No, it does, but
yeah,
I think there's more votes in the Senate that would support that.
60, I don't know. 60, when was the last time you got 60 votes for anything in the Senate? Especially,
No. That's for
right?
impeachment.
I thought it was to
I'm
pass
like
anything in the Senate without the
Impeachment.
filibuster. I mean, with the filibuster in place, to pass anything in the Senate requires 60 votes.
I just think this war's so unpopular. Like I don't think
Yeah.
they're going to be able to continue this.
I think you're
Not even just
underestimating the gerontocracy that's in charge.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you
Well,
literally have like floating corpses in the Senate right now, and they'll do whatever the lobbyists tell them to do. I mean, God knows where the hell's Mitch McConnell? Nobody knows where Mitch McConnell is.
he's in
he's dead.
what?
I mean,
He's smiling there with
president is
his
missing
wife.
his the president is missing his two top senators right now. One's buried in the ground, and the other one's missing in action right now. And he
No,
still
it's just no.
continues.
Lindsey Graham's sister is there. She's what? She stepped up. Why is everyone laughing? um, but no, here's my thinking is like, yes, you're absolutely right, Magoo. Escalation in a war would be is incredibly unpopular, and I think that's why Trump might just be saving the second act until a day after the election is done, and he's not at risk of losing the Senate. Like, okay, great, we got our 50 senators, or we got 51 senators. Great, there's no threat of me losing war powers. There's no threat of me losing of impeachment vote. There's no threat of anyone saying no, because they would need, even if some of my Republican senators don't love it, I'm not going to get 60 votes against me. And they, whatever plan B they had in mind, they, roll out post election.
I'm posting a tweet. This is the funniest thing. This deserves more likes. I'm posting this to the nest. This is fucking
What you got? Let's
hilarious.
see.
I should be there in a second. This it only has 15 likes. This tweet is gonna. I hope we're. Let's make this tweet go viral. This is fucking hilarious.
Roll dice. I almost did roll dice once. Yeah.
It should be. It's from Brian, not Brian Trolls. It should pop up in the nest immediately or shortly here.
What other Brian is there?
I don't know. I don't even know who this guy is, but he follows me,
Oh,
and it just showed up my
I see.
feed, and it's fucking hilarious.
If anyone's going to be impeached, it's going to be Hegseth.
Now Trump's gonna fire him before he can get impeached.
I love it. Yeah. Is that Ren from Ren and Stimpy? Is that what it? Is that
I
what
think
that is?
so.
Yeah, it's great.
That's so
Sleep at
fucking
night
funny.
technology. Like, oh shit.
That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, it is Brian. Oh, Brain. Well, he used to go by Brain. He renamed himself Brian.
Yeah, that's fucking
It's spot on
hilarious.
though. It's, it's
Oh,
funny because it's true. You
oh
guys were
my
making fun of
god.
that, I'm sure,
Oh,
earlier, right? Like, uh, just real quick, like, I'm sorry, like, people, how dumb can you be? Like, imagine, Cold Card gets this reputation for being the niche power user. Like, I don't want a simple cold storage solution. I want the bells and whistles. I want the tools. I want the pro version. I want to do it myself even a bit. I want hands on. And so I'm going Cold Card. So imagine getting the Cold Card and then what? You don't use a passphrase. And then two, you use their so-called random number generator. Like, what the fuck? Really, what the fuck? You think that just what? I mean, talk about like running 99 yards down the football field and then trusting someone else to punch it in for the last 1 yard for the touchdown. Like, you made it the whole way there. You didn't want to go the last 1 yard.
well, one because they're lazy, but two, Matt, I truly think that people truly don't even understand what they're
Bingo.
doing.
Bingo.
They don't. They don't. They don't
They have no idea what they're
understand.
doing.
Yeah, they don't understand the most important part of securing your Bitcoin is creating your seed in a secure manner. And they don't understand, like they don't understand technology. So if I told you, Matt,
Yeah.
or if you were a random pleb, I could give you, let's say I'm a new manufacturer and I manufacture these devices, whatever. And I upload firmware into them, all these different things. Most people wouldn't believe me if I said, no matter what you put into this device, I'm gonna be able to get your Bitcoin. They would be like, I don't know how you would possibly do that.
Mm,
Like I don't understand,
yep.
right? Um, it's everything comes down to the random number
Yes.
generator
Yes.
software that is in these things, because what a random number generator is basically it's
It's a
exactly what it
formula.
sounds like. It's a formula that is able to create randomness that basically ensues that you created a random enough string of characters to where no
Yeah.
one could ever
It's a
guess
C,
it,
C but
right?
here's where okay, and I know it's kind of my bailiwick as from cybersecurity, but this is where they get you. I don't care if you're using a password manager, a seed phrase, random generator. Like, I don't care what purpose you're using a so-called random number generator for. Your Dungeons and Dragons group. It's all fugazi. It's not real. Because what is a random number generator? It's a set in stone formula to give you a perceived random output. But as soon as you have a powerful enough computer to reverse engineer what the formula did, it's all predictable. So it's waiting there to eventually be reverse engineered and hacked, because all it's doing is just using the same formula to give you what perceived to look random to you. But the formula knows exactly what it did. It knows exactly how it got that output for you. And it knows exactly how to get something that looks random the next time you ask it to. So it is perceived randomness. And the only debate is how much entropy the perceived randomness has built into it. But then all you're doing is just making sure that, like, okay, well, I needed a decently powerful computer to reverse engineer the formula, and now I need an exponentially more powerful computer to reverse engineer the formula. But it's still just a matter of GPU power and time. So yeah,
Hey Matt, do you know? Are you familiar with the actual exploit that happened here?
the loose bits of it. Go ahead. What do you got?
So essentially, the Mark II and the Mark III, the firmware that basically allows you to use the hardware random generator on the actual device to generate keys. Apparently, there was a mistake in the firmware that fucked up the parameters that go in to the random number generator, where it was always sending in the same UID ti- the same UID, timer state, and call history to generate the key.
Oh my god.
And so what people figured, they figured that out, and they just basically literally used that UID and used the different time states and call history and just brute forced
Of
it
course.
backwards and and created all the seeds at any point in time that if it was created using the cold card, and they just are brute forcing it.
Yep.
And so this is exactly what you're talking about. Trusting a third party random number generator to be, first of all, what you laid out, Matt, that is a security threat on any
Yes.
random number
Yes.
generator. Once you start fucking things up and creating constant inputs for a random number generator, the chances of it being backwards fucking hacked goes
Yeah,
up
because all
exponentially.
the hacker has
And
to
that,
figure out is, oh, okay, every perceived randomness is generated off of your mother's maiden name. You know, it's all derivatives of your old high school locker combination, taken to the the 20th power. But like, as soon as you figure out that Rosetta Stone, that original key, that original unlock, everything else falls into place. You're right. Like, it becomes exponentially easier. And wow, okay, kudos to those hackers for figuring out what the mistake that Cold Card and NVK did. But that's really all it is in a nutshell. It's at a certain point, if they can reverse engineer the original formula to get this perceived randomness, it's over. It's all over.
yeah, and that's unfortunately what happened. And that's why when you're trying to secure your Bitcoin and you're generating your seed, you never ever, in my opinion,
Never use anyone.
only
Yeah.
don't you don't not only do you not want to use a third party random number generator, you don't even want to use one that you
Yep.
created, because even I can create one right now. I can go and create a random number generator that would create me a relatively good seed that has fairly decent entropy. But the problem is I am not doing a security audit of every single library that I would be using. And then there could be a hack or a breach in one of those third party libraries. Like, even if I literally was coding it from scratch in C, like, I would not even trust that to be secure.
Yeah.
Like, the only thing that really has any legs to stand on for security purposes is if you do real world physics. Like that's literally to where it's not something that's being generated by an algorithm. It's being generated by reality and physics, hence dice rolling, right? If you have 100 dice and you're rolling
Yep.
those, the chances are it's going
You're gonna
to not be able to be
you're
backwards
gonna get some
engineered.
crazy combos. Right. Exactly. Not easily replicated, or virtually
Yeah.
impossible to ever replicate. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly, right? Or at least it's not even about replicating the result, Matt. It's about replicating the circumstances that generated the
Right.
result,
Right.
right? When it comes to brand number
Right.
generation. So literally, that's like if you have any decent amount of Bitcoin and you're generating your 24 words, you need to be doing something that's physical. You need to be rolling dice. You need to be using the cards. And then you need to be using a passphrase on top of that, right? Like if you're not doing those things, you have no business doing self storage. Like you need to be depositing your shit into an exchange.
Yep.
And I was actually shocked today, like how many people that are affected that basically had a wallet on, on MK2 and MK3 that didn't use a passphrase. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. In
Like
a different space, I was equating it to like, imagine getting a nice brand new mesh Wi-Fi for your house, and then you leave the password as the default from the manufacturer. It's not exactly the same thing, but it's like that dumb. It's like what why would you get this, what everyone considers like the pro level, do it yourself, taking extra security into your own hands with cold card, cold storage? Why would you not go the full extra mile and generate your own uh, key and passphrase on your own? Not use, certainly not use their built-in solution. And it's kind of nuts that, like, honestly, I mean, they're a business and we kind of know why, but cold cards shouldn't even have a built-in random number generator solution. They shouldn't even
no,
let you. They should
no,
they should make you
they
do it.
definitely should. They should make you do it. But that defeats, remember, and I said this earlier in the space, I said the biggest, most disingenuous thing that I think we've done in Bitcoin maxi territory is telling everyone that they
Yep.
self custody is easy.
Yep.
If you truly understand it, it's not. Like to even, and I'm not even an expert. I am by trade a software engineer, so I understand a lot of these concepts. But like most people are not, like to even understand the concepts that we're talking about what entropy is and what a random number generator is and what can theoretically go wrong with a random generator, like that's not easy. Self custody is not easy. I spent my whole life in this industry and as a software engineer to understand the pitfalls of where all of these third party holes can commence. And so the whole notion of that self custody is easy it is not true. It's hard, and it's hard for a reason. I don't want to sound gay like Uncle Ben, but with great power comes great responsibility. And when it comes to self custody, like that's the power, and you need to have responsibility. You need to know what the fuck you're doing, right? Um, and yeah, I don't think the reason why they have the number generator on the device itself is because they
Convenience.
it is it's convenience. If you told everybody that wanted to do self custody that you needed to roll 100 dice, they wouldn't do
Yep.
it.
Yep.
And looking back,
But there's
I
your
think that's the right move.
they
They
should.
shouldn't. If you're
Yeah.
you're not willing to roll the dice, you shouldn't have
Yep.
self custody.
Yep. I mean, I was in a different space having this exact same conversation, and they were like, "No, come on! You expect anyone to take some dice and come up with their own 100 numbers?" And I'm like, yeah, this is your fucking retire early wealth. Yes. Yes. You shouldn't be using someone's like, "Oh, trust me, bro, here's your random combination." No, trust us. It's not hackable, and no one's ever going to be able to crack our formula. Like, what? With your wealth? Not mine.
I
Yeah.
I think a lot of it comes down
What's
to
up,
like
Bitcoin?
education, right? Because I bought a Mark III in 2021, and I had no idea that like there was any difference in security between rolling dice and just using the random number generator.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Like to know this type of things, you need to be a software
Or
expert.
cybersecurity.
Or
Like, yeah, it's so
yeah,
here's the other thing. Like, I mean, the other thing everyone should do, just listening along, everyone uses a password manager these days. Every single time, and I know there's so many different websites and so many different accounts, and no one's going to hand jam create their own password every single time. But every time you use a password generator for your accounts, you need to add a couple extra letters and numbers to the end of it, just like at least four or five. Just, fine, you want to use the password manager to get you 15 characters, add another five that only you know on the back end of it. Do it, because I don't care, from LastPass to one password to I mean, on and on and on. Like
I know.
those security breaches are dime a dozen. We're already going on and on about how password random number or random password generators are only as good as their original devs created them. Like nothing is immune to
Yeah, I know. Like
reverse
literally,
engineer. Like, so yeah.
yeah. I'm fairly familiar with the pitfalls of random number generations and random number generators or generator libraries, because this was even before Bitcoin. Like I started my career as an engineer in banking, and we were having issues with basically a random number generator library, and basically all the libraries that we were using basically had security vulnerabilities because they were using the server time back in the 90s. They were using the server time as a salt going into the hashing or the encryption algorithm, and it ended up being massively fucking vulnerable, right? And so like even if you go like any language, like whether it's like JavaScript, .NET, C, C++, they all have libraries that come stock with random number generators. And nowadays there's random number generators. Usually like if it's a really good library, they tell you if it's good enough for cryptography or not cryptography, meaning that it's been like audited and all these different things when it comes in. It all comes down to the random number generator in these libraries. And a lot of the libraries are not secure. And from my understanding with these Mark twos and Mark threes, the number generator algorithm was good enough, but they fucked up the firmware and were putting in stock constant fucking salts into the algo. And someone was able to fucking backwards brute force it with laptop technology, which is fucking mind boggling. But here we are. But yeah, most people don't even understand what a random number generator is and how it even really works in concert with generating your seed, right? Like honestly, like the most secure way that you could generate a seed phrase and is not touching a piece of technology. Basically, go get the BIP the BIP words and basically throw them into a hat and basically pull them out. That's honestly that's the most secure way to create your 12 or 24 word phrase is basically get them in the real physical world and just pick them out of basically a hat. To be honest with you, getting your X pub from there, or and then getting your private key to be able to create your deterministic hierarchical wallet from there is a little bit difficult not using technology, but you can generate your seed phrase and your passphrase. You can create the passphrase in your head,
Yeah.
and the 24 words you can use. Well, every piece of technology does a difference in how you do the dice rolls and how it's incorporated, et cetera, et cetera. But you can do it that way, or you can literally have all the word list and you can literally print them out and then cut them up and then fucking throw them in a fucking hat, shake them about, and then pull your 24 out. And that's like light years more secure than using a third
Yeah.
party library to generate your seed phrase.
Yeah. Because all that individual action, it's virtually impossible to repeat in the exact same manner. No reliance on any formula that could, today or tomorrow be reverse engineered or discovered that like they took the lazy route or they missed some stupid obvious bug.
Bug like
Yeah,
this.
some obvious bug, and like, ah, shit, if you had version 7 of the cold card, you're fucked, and on and on and on. Yeah. What?
Yeah, like no one's going to be able to know that you scratched your balls between picking the fourth and fifth word.
Right.
Like, that's what it is, right? And what's the word list up to now? How many words are on the Bib 39 list? How many words? It's a lot. I don't even know what the
Shit, I
max
don't
number
know.
is.
I have to look it up.
I have to look it up, but it's a lot. But I don't even know if you'd be able to print them all out and cut them all out. It'd take a long time. But that's why people created
But you could
the more
but you could
efficient
pick
model of
right.
doing that.
But like even there, like you would be taking the physical action of choosing
Yeah,
however many of those words you want to
yeah,
download and print off and cut up. But like that whole thing, all that process, you're adding randomness on top of randomness on top of randomness, which is so much more secure
yeah.
than someone's
That's what people don't
shuffling.
understand. Like the biggest distinction is randomness, like randomness in the real world versus an algorithm that tries to simulate
Right. Tries to.
randomness, which
Yeah.
and it literally like and this isn't even theoretical. Like this is like I don't want to say there's a proof out there, but literally a piece of technology or an algorithm cannot be ever be truly random.
This was the original critiques of online poker. And I'm sure you see where I'm going with this. The original OG critiques from we would learn about this in cybersecurity, but the original critiques and endless debates with online poker was this is not random enough, and people were endlessly complaining that certain combos and situations were happening way more than they would happen than the percent chance of happening in the physical world, and that the so-called poker online poker sites of this and that, from we're talking over a decade, if not 2 decades ago, like the early online poker days, but like they're the sites that were their own random, quote unquote, random card generators were not nearly as complex.
Not
Yeah, not
random
nearly
enough.
complex enough, and it was an on and on and on endless debate. So yeah, and worse, like
Yeah,
repeatable, and they were like there was, anyway, yeah.
yeah, like there's a reason why casinos spend so much time and are so meticulous. Let's just take blackjack for example. How meticulous they are about how many decks of cards they use and how they shuffle those decks and to create the most random shuffle they can possibly create. That's in essence in the physical world of an automated random number generator, right? Where they're creating a shuffle
Yep.
machine, and the amount of effort that they go to create a truly random shuffle is mind-boggling. And to this day, they're still not able because they're still using a literal, actual planned algorithm of shuffling. They cannot beat the randomness of a human just shuffling a deck of cards.
Yep.
They just can't do it. But here we are, nonetheless. Apparently, I'm just reading through all these people's posts. Apparently, this is affecting a lot of people now because now you're having copycats.
Well, explain that. Now you're having copycats.
Well, I don't want to say that. Well, I did already, Matt. If I wanted to, I know the exploit. I can go and create a program to start
Oh, I see what you're
backdooring
saying. Yeah.
all of
Yeah.
these, right? Because there's
I
like,
see
and
what
I
you're
could
saying. Like
probably
now that everyone knows how the original hackers did it,
the
right?
exploit
So
people are doing
everyone is seeing like, is there
copycats.
any others out there that are vulnerable? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and so now it seems to be quite
Yeah.
extensive that a lot of
Well,
people,
look at the
um,
generation of cold cards. Those were the super popular, like 2021 through, was it 2020 through 2023 or 2021 through 2020? Like the super popular years of like, oh, cold storage, everything. You're not a real Bitcoiner unless it's all on cold storage. And if you're using a Trezor, you're cucked, and Ledger is a joke, and you need to be on cold card, and like,
yeah,
that was Pico that bullshit those years. So I'm not surprised that a shitload of people have those exact same models that are vulnerable.
I'm surprised that it literally took someone this long to like actually audit this fucking hardware.
AI baby. Now you got time. Now you got time in your day to do it. You know, oh
Yeah,
that this
exactly.
or that project that I swore I'd get to. Well, shit, I got an agent who's twiddling its thumbs. Like, you know,
Yeah. Uh, Apparently, there's up over 600 Bitcoin stolen so far.
600.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say like. I mean, that sucks. I'll just say that sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah. And it happened to plebs. That's
For
the worst
sure.
part.
Yeah, guaranteed it's plebs.
I said this earlier, and I don't say this with joy. I think Cold Card as a company's done. I don't know how they come back from this.
It's the one thing you it's the one thing you can't do. Like Ledger, okay, fine,
Wha- wha-
we sold your emails to third parties. That's shitty. Your contact information to third parties, that's pretty shitty. But like your cold solution failed. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't know how they come back because the first instinct is everyone just throw your Cold
Right.
Card
Yeah.
out.
Well, yeah. Are you going to take a risk like, well, I've got the version 5 and they said it's only version 3 and 2 and 3 and 4 are vulnerable. Do you think you sleeping well if you quote unquote have a version that they say wasn't affected? I'm not sleeping well.
Yeah, no kidding. I think
Are you going to wait? Right. You're going to wait around to find out like, oh, there was a different bug with version 5. Sorry.
yeah, I think people they don't just like they're gonna release a patch to fix this, but like everyone's just gonna
Patch.
dump the fuck.
Patch. Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean like a patch to fix the new generated seeds,
Yeah.
but all the old seeds are never. You can't fix that with a
Right.
patch. They've been created. They're
It
basically
exists.
backwards, brute forceable. Yeah,
It is in place. It's just there.
yeah. It does suck for the whole Bitcoin maxi movement because Cold Card was the Bitcoin maxi wallet of choice, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. It was the niche toxic maxi, no true Bitcoiner. You think you're taking self custody into your own hands, but like if you want to be a pros use cold card. Exactly.
It's a bit deeper than that. Like, think about it. The same people with the level of technical understanding that told us are all idiots are the same people writing code for Trezor that are advocating for fucking changes to the Bitcoin source code. Like, they're in the mud right now. All the technical guys are just in the mud. They're scrambling to try and cover their asses after telling people to buy cold cards for a year. Like, these are the same people that are advocating for BIPs and various other things. Like, they're fucked.
You're not wrong. NVK, yeah, he's got some interesting ideas of late. You're not wrong.
Well, I haven't even been paying attention. What is he saying lately about what he wants to do?
Isn't he up to his eyeballs in the BIP 110 ideology?
Oh, is he? Is he pro or
He's
against it?
pro. I don't want to. I thought. Let me check.
Oh,
Let's check. Let's verify that. Don't take my
Like,
word.
I've been trying to completely ignore BIP 110.
but I'm just a
Same.
retard. I'm not a software engineer. Surely, like writing code for a hardware wallet's infinitely easier than changes to the Bitcoin source code and the consequences of getting that wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
And these are the people we're meant to trust. Wow.
You can't trust anyone, bro.
I trust my mom.
Can't. Oh, can you?
Yeah,
Do you see you can trust your
yeah, and
mom?
your dog.
Oh, and the dog. Yeah, I guess it's about two. That's about two. I'm just looking. I'm trying to figure out if he was pro BIP 110 or not.
He's against. He's against.
Okay, it looks like against. I see some jokes about
He's
yeah.
against BIP 110.
Yeah, I put it up in the
NVK.
So
mess.
do you think
Okay.
Luke and company started this attack on him?
No.
uh,
Why?
no,
Why not?
Well, they knew about vulnerability and they just kept it this long and released it today.
No, they just found it.
Okay.
They are looking for things to attack him with, and like, oh, let's fucking actually buy a card or
I
take
guess
all
an
these models of cards.
LLM, some Chinese LLM found it, and that's it.
I think they had bigger uh, people they were, um, on their hit list.
Well, what they did was, and I don't know anything, but probably what they did was they probably were able to boot scrape the firmware of these devices, like actually the source code of the devices, and they were able to basically put all the source code into an LLM and basically said, "Hey,
Yeah.
find me any
Yep.
vulnerabilities and make no
Yep.
mistakes." And then basically the LLM basically went on to basically say, oh, by the way, the random number generator that they use has a hard code fucking UID and uses timer state and call history that is theoretically possibly to be able to be brute forced.
The question is, why did Cold Card moved? From they moved from that open software, open source to like some kind of available, and they changed that generation, that whatever the words generation.
Yeah, it was done in the whole
Yeah,
move to when they
yeah.
went off open source when that
Exactly. So why
Wow.
did they do
one
that? The other clones like Foundation, which is a clone of Trezor, and Cold Card, clone of Trezor, they didn't. So why do they move and
You
closed source it and move to a different vendor
Money.
without checking the code there? Why
most
did
of the
they do
time
that?
laziness or money or both.
probably because they wanted their software to be
Yeah.
closed source because is that not what they wanted to
They
do?
want
They
to
wanted to.
protect their IP.
So it
They're
was what
afraid
was
of
it?
someone taking their source code and doing it cheaper with a more popular product.
Well, the other guys who cloned it and didn't go in that way are actually safe because
Yeah.
that code was safe.
Because surprise, surprise, it gets audited and everyone is checking it in triplicate. Yeah.
So it's Cold Card's problem, and they should be punished for it.
Oh, they will. They
No, I think they're
will.
going.
Yeah.
They will
Loss
be.
of
I,
reputation. Like you don't come back from that.
yeah, I don't. No, I don't. I don't think they come back from this. I think it's all
They're
over
already
for them.
niche. They're already
Be,
niche to begin with.
they're niche to begin with Bitcoin only. Like how many Bitcoin only people are there? Very few, right? And then now you have Bitcoiners who care nothing but the security. Their knee gut reaction is going to be
Yeah.
move
Can't
their
trust them.
funds, throw the cold
Can't
card,
trust them.
throw the cold card out, then start to question the developers at Cold Card because this is such a big monumental fuck up that you can't
Yeah.
trust them ever again, and they're never going to buy a Cold Card again. So
Yeah.
I don't see them
Uh,
surviving. As much as I like the guys, this is just something you don't come back
you
from.
Yeah,
have
yeah. How
one.
can I
Yeah. It's
turn
what it's
my
the.
cold card into an actual calculator?
I mean, it'd be a cool. It's going to be one of those cool keepsakes. Like honestly, keep it around like old FTX gear, mounted on the wall. Something to remember the cycle by. No joke. Um, but yeah, it's like there's no shortage of cold storage solutions. Honestly, I never found what was so bad about the pre 2020 Ledger cold storage solutions from cycles ago. The before any Internet of Things ever touched any of these devices. Like the old solutions were honestly the best. So I hate to see this happen to Cold Card, but like yeah, it's like that meme. You had one job.
Well, you
So
don't really
with
need
those
a
old
Cold Card.
devices, does updating the firmware not matter for that?
No, because
No, because if you
your key is
generated
key. Your key is
your key's
generated.
already
It
fucked.
exists.
Yeah.
It's not like you can't go read. You know what I mean? Like it already exists. You can't go back and region.
You could make in theory you could make the device secure if you fix this firmware update and then you create new seeds, but reputation's lost. Everyone's just going to throw it out.
Certainly, no
It,
one's gonna. Certainly, no one's
Unfortunately.
gonna buy. A new one.
A
Yeah.
new one.
Firmware works. It's just like they said.
If you
What, by putting in a constant salt into the random number
It's
generator?
just a random generator is fucked.
They just
They
run it
chose a
twice.
different party.
We fixed it. We had what we do is to take the same number generator and it runs a second time.
But it's funny because that's how a lot of hashing
Of
algorithms
course.
work. They're
Yeah.
recursive, and they just call themselves over and over again. And you can put in how many recursions you want, and so you can basically do like a SHA-256, and you could just do it over and over and over again. And yeah,
Yeah.
Hey, I need Magoo's comment. Hey,
Oh,
Magoo,
Tao.
Magoo,
what's up,
did you
Tao?
see Mike Alfred's tweet about like NVK is like a fucking like a fraud? Did you see that
What?
tweet?
Oh my
You
god.
guys didn't see it? He called out NVK and said, "Oh, I never trusted that liar" or something like
What
that.
the
Uh,
fuck?
yeah, I can post it
That's
if you guys want. Yeah, he
no, no,
called
no.
them out. He's-
I no, I believe you, Tao. I
No, but it's
believe you.
not
But like,
NVK.
talk about the wrong. Yeah, that's the wrong conclusion. So NVK
that's
is
what
a
he said.
fraud because, oh, man.
Here, I'll put up. He said, I always knew
Yeah, put it in
That's
there.
NVK was a fraud ever since the first time we ever interacted. Here, I'll put it in the nest right now.
oh my god.
I want Magoo's thoughts. What do you think, Magoo? Go ahead.
Let
I
me
put it
see.
in the nest
I
already,
see,
so
yeah, I
you
see
should
it.
see it.
I always knew MK was a fraud ever since the first time we interacted. All the signs were there. If you are skilled at recognizing deceitful. Oh my God. Now his cold card disaster has cost a bunch of Bitcoiners their life savings and blah, 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 blah. This is just Mike being fucking
Yeah, what
Mike. Mike's a fucking idiot.
Matt Stratter will
hyperbolic?
offer refunds. What the fuck? What?
Yeah, don't be surprised if, I would not be shocked if Mike Alfred has equity in Foundation.
I'm sure he's
he'll
a
delete these
private
tweets
share.
tomorrow.
I'm sure he has private equity in
Well,
Ledger.
Foundation is a better company there.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to that. I know that there was drama, obviously, between Foundation
It's
and
because they called on Cold
Cold
Card
Card.
and told them you.
Because everyone was having the weird semantic debate over what FOSS is and what FOSS isn't, and like going semantically to the letter. It's like, well, if your source software is open source, but I can't use it free, then it's not FOSS. Everyone having like the butthurt
Right.
moment of like what FOSS is, what FOSS isn't, because Foundation basically just cloned the software and just built their own
Off the
hardware.
previous version before
But
they
then
went cold. I mean,
But
before they went
hold on,
private,
but the
right?
Cold Card did the same thing though.
yeah,
They cloned Trezor.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, yeah. It's all
Yeah, I know.
derivatives on derivatives. It's that's the hilarious
Yeah,
thing.
it's not. Yeah,
They're all
and
standing on the shoulders of the predecessors before them and claiming it's something new and differentiated.
yeah, and that's when Cool Card kind of went and started to change all the software to make it not open source. That apparently
Yeah,
caused this
so no one
bug,
could stand on
which
their
is like
shoulders.
which is so ironic. It's just, it's like this is a simulation.
Yeah, they're
Although, but
retarded.
Hey,
this, but
Yeah,
what do you
but
think about Mike's specific tweet?
Mike might have the shortest temper of any person I've ever seen in reality, to where I don't even know what this interaction was, but like there's a lot of people that don't like Mike, and it's not because of them. Like Mike clearly rubs a lot of people the wrong way, and so like clearly there was some animosity between him and NVK for whatever reason. Which there's animosity between Mike and
Yeah.
anybody. Like Mike openly like tries to ruin David Bailey.
Peter,
He just has
remember
vendettas
Peter
against
McCormick?
everybody.
Somehow they got into a shouting match, an argument over dinner.
Yeah, everyone, because everyone. Oh yeah, fuck. Everyone wants to think that they're the
Yeah.
alpha male, right? And so they all get their butt hurt, and so now Mike is taking to the Twitter airwaves to kick a man
He
while
tr-
he's down. Big surprise.
he does try to big time. He'll try to big time anyone.
so in 2021 when I met NVK, he sounded very friendly, like a very cool guy, actually very trustworthy as well. And so I actually hosted a space interviewing him about Cold Card because I was like, hey, this is new, and let's do this. And he obliged to answer questions. So to me, NVK sounds like a pretty trustworthy individual. I mean, that's how I feel with them. Do you guys feel the same way, or did you guys have any? Because like,
I've never met
Never
him.
okay,
actually.
because like, here's
But
the thing: when
No.
Mike
but
says something like this, it makes you think still, right? Because like, if people are losing, like, no,
why?
No,
Who's Mike
no,
Alfred? Who the fuck
no,
is
Mike's
that?
just blabbering.
no.
Mike's just blabbering.
Yeah.
There's no specifics. There's no detail.
There's no
Yeah, no
Do
substance,
substance.
you own
okay.
critical thinking?
Because
No.
and
I'm
not.
not really paranoid, and I just talked to the a lot of the developers right now, and asked them this specific scenario that I have is pretty unique. Okay, because I'm way too paranoid. I want to see what you guys think. Okay, so here's a scenario. I have an MK3 dice roll and just a regular passphrase.
Move your funds,
How many
bro.
dice did you
Yeah.
Just
roll?
move
So
them.
yeah,
What
I'm gonna explain in details. Okay.
a
So
regular passphrase? What does that mean?
Yeah, what the hell does a
just like
regular
not super
passphrase mean?
secure, not super secure.
Not
You guys
super
need to figure out.
secure.
What
What
is
does
it?
that mean?
Is it
What does
Chi?
that mean?
Is your Tao? Is
What
your
is it?
passphrase Chinaman
Is it
one
your
two three?
street? It's your
But why am I
street. It's your
surprised the
street
Asian guys
No,
rolling
address.
it's
dice?
no, it's
Your
fairly
mother's
secure,
maiden
but not
name.
super
Your
super
kids'
secure. Okay.
names.
You mean
Okay.
your
Let me
passphrase is
So
let me
out
talk
of
about
difficult?
the scenario.
So
I'm
lucky,
probably
lucky,
over.
roll a dice.
Is there
I'm
a
probably
way?
over paranoid. But then here's the
If you
thing.
have a
Here's what
But then
happened.
you,
passphrase,
but
you're
then you
fine,
tell
dude.
us not. But then you tell us it's not super secure.
Well,
No,
let me
what he's
explain.
trying to say is it's not a long passphrase,
You
is
said
what
it's
he's saying, guys.
regular. All right,
Yeah.
Lucky,
No.
go ahead.
lucky, I got
bro, this sounds like Tao's like trying to negotiate by telling a chick like how small his wiener is, but he doesn't want to like give it up that it's too small. So he's saying it's like it's regular, it's not too big, but it's reality, it's like 2 inches. Tao, it's not like a 3 letter fucking passphrase, is it?
Italia, you have the
He's
floor.
silent. Tao, you're
Yeah, you
muted.
muted me. Yeah. It's 14 plus characters. Okay. But beside that, I don't still.
How many
Characters? How
bits
many
is
words
that?
is that? You
14
said
plus
characters.
characters.
You said
14 plus
character
characters. How about
You
that?
fine, dude. If you have a
But
for a
no,
That's
passphrase, you're
passphrase.
better
128.
For a
off than anyone
passphrase.
else.
yeah, for a passphrase. Yes.
You're
But
good.
no.
Well, let me qualify it with this. So that's over 128 bits, I think. But
You didn't
what
want
I'll
to go for the
say is,
full 20
it
plus.
if it's me, I'm just putting myself in your situation in that I rolled the dice. You rolled 100 dice, correct?
99 digits.
All right, good. All right,
Yeah.
good.
Okay.
Okay.
So still, if this was me, I would still move my funds.
One
Why?
100%. 100%.
Why? Because the trust and confidence in what you're using is now gone to where you have to question every single thing about this product. The people behind it, the code behind it, the hardware behind it, everything about it, the question goes out the window for me. And I would immediately move my funds to another hardware wallet
Yeah,
provider.
but
Come
Exactly.
back to
Yeah, and
Ledger,
let
baby.
me follow
The
that up.
water
It's
is
like
warm.
even if we just assume that like this was just an oversight, you gotta ask yourself if they couldn't implement entropy in your seed. Are you sure that the dice rolls were implemented correctly as well?
So
Because
yeah, let me get to that part. Let me get to that part. So here's what I did. So before I trusted this wallet, I said, let me do this dice roll that they say is very secure. So I entered the 99 digits into code card and it generated me 24 words. Then I did the same thing. Okay, I imported the Python script, right? There's a dice roll Python script that they use. I imported that script into a completely separate Linux computer. Okay, and I inputted the same 99 digits there, and it generated the exact same 24 words. Now that
You idiot! That's
Dude,
what?
horrible.
wait, are you
What do you,
Hey, hey, hey,
trolling?
hey,
dude?
hang, hang,
Tell
hang
me
on,
you're
hang on, hang on,
trolling.
hang on, hang on. This was only to verify that they do what they say they do. This is not my wallet. Okay, this is not my wallet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
know, but
what is that a
Okay,
test?
may I
That's
go on? Yeah, tell me.
okay, good.
Tao.
Go ahead. Go on.
How did you secure and verify that this Linux
Hmm.
machine that you put in your fucking passphrase was
No, but not
secure?
passphrase. It's a seed words that was generated, man.
Yeah, yeah,
he was just he
yeah,
was
but
just
how?
testing it. He
It
wasn't
was
actually.
testing.
No, it
Mhm.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro. If you're just testing it, if you put your seed into another device
No,
that
no,
you don't
that's
know is
but
secure,
that seed is not my wallet, though, Magoo. Is what I'm saying. That seed's not my wallet.
Oh, you put a different seed in just to see if it gave you the
No,
same.
no,
So you did a
no,
test wallet
no. I
then.
just wanted to test what they said was actually true because they say, oh, if you don't believe our script is like we're using the script, go ahead and put the script into a different computer and input the same digits, 99 digits, right? Will generate, right? It's not our device. It really is they're using the script as this like they say they do.
Yeah, but you have no idea what they're doing with that number after the fact. This is the trust is gone
Exactly.
part
No,
because no Tao, even the script, if it's exactly the same, I'm talking about what they do with that number after the fact. They have to put this into an algorithm that then basically creates your seed phrase, right? So we don't like this. Everything's
no,
compromised at this
no,
point. You
no.
can't.
Yes,
The
it's true.
digits, the
Look, Tao,
99 digits.
the only way you're safe is if you rolled
No.
dice and generated it truly offline without putting it into a cold card and having the cold card then transform it into a seed phrase.
So okay, so when I did this, I'm not generating my wallet. That's not the wallet I'm using. I was just doing this just to prove that they are doing what they're saying they're doing, right? Meaning separate devices.
No, no,
Uh-huh.
Tao, you're not listening to the words that are coming out of our mouths. This is a yes or a no answer, and I don't want to hear anything but yes or no.
Okay, go for it.
When you rolled these
Hmm.
dice and the numbers that you
Yes,
got, did you input those into the cold card and the cold card generate your seed?
yes,
It's compromised. Move your
but
funds now.
but then that's what they say to do is dice rolls, right? What do you mean? Mhm.
But Tao, there's a confidence level fracture right now because the oversight that they had with the random number generator in their software, it was such a big oversight, and someone never actually tested it after the fact when it was on the firmware on these devices, to where you now have to assume it's a competency level issue. It's two things. It's
That's what you're saying.
competency or it's foul play. Either one of those two things leads to the same conclusion about
So
any of their products or software. Can't be trusted. Move on.
okay, so you're
Next.
saying their dice roll is not safe either. Is what you're
No,
saying.
no, no, no.
No, it might not. I don't
You
know that
don't
for sure, but
know.
it might not
Uh
be.
huh.
Because you don't
But
know,
that's what
you
everybody's been saying. Like, oh, if you have the dice roll, it's okay. Like the whole everything, the discussion
dude.
and the other spaces,
No,
everything. You don't
no,
believe it
well,
though. You're saying.
So,
No, but you should
no.
question. He's just simply saying this is.
Mm.
We know of this vulnerability because they fessed up to it and because they got discovered, but we don't know if the rest of the product is totally secure, and that's the risk you're taking. Like, all right,
Yeah,
do
you're
you now
betting,
trust
Tao,
that the
that
whole
your
rest of
other
it is flawless?
workflow
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you're betting that your other workflow is safe because it's like workflow one we know doesn't work and they got swept for 1500 BTC. So you're going to
Mm-hmm.
bet your life savings that workflow 3 is also not affected and that you're safe. No, bro, it's the same device. Like Magoo said, if the oversight was there where the RNG shit was not legit and seeds were compromised, how can you trust? How can you take the risk? And no one's saying it's for sure compromised.
Everybody's saying the dice roll is fine though. Everybody's saying the
Everybody,
dice roll is
okay.
fine.
Well, you put your life savings on it, bro. I wouldn't put
Well,
mine.
no, no. I'm asking the question. I'm not like refuting anything. I'm just surprised that you guys don't even believe that dice rolls
No, but you're missing
or
the
chaos
point.
one.
Well, the
Huh?
thing is, the dice rolls, Tau, you're putting them into the device, and then the device is transforming them and outputting you a seed. What I was trying to tell you is that
Mm-hmm.
there's ways that you can roll dice with paper and actually generate the entropy totally offline, and then the cold card software never generates the thing. Like theoretically, the cold card could,
But I
you just
proved
don't
that
know
with
what's happening.
I
No,
proved that
you
with the
prove that
script,
it's
right?
deterministic. You prove that it's deterministic. You haven't proved that it's got solid entropy or that it's not putting bad entropy into something you already input. Like you could be putting good entropy in, but it could just be nuking that to nothing. You don't
But I'm
know.
proving like separate devices, right? Outside of the code card still generates
That
No,
the
you're
right.
missing. Tao. You're missing the point
Mm-hmm.
completely.
I am. I am. So explain it one more time. Maybe let me see what can I do.
It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
matter. It doesn't even matter well, one, when it comes to your dice rolling
Mm-hmm.
thing, it doesn't matter that you generated the dice rolling offline because you're inputting that data into Cold Card and then it's generating your seed phrase. It's not because you can generate your seed phrase completely offline, right? But you're not doing that. You're doing the dice
Offline.
rolls to help them generate your seed phrase. And we're saying that they missed such a big oversight in their RNG
Mm.
algo that you cannot trust anything that they do now.
Mm.
This is this is why I say not only is the knee jerk reaction to throw your cold card out, that's probably the most prudent thing to do.
Mm.
To be honest with you, if any of this stuff happened to me, I'd be my funds would be off all cold cards, any multi sigs that I had set up using a cold card. Um, it would be a little bit less urgent if I had multi sigs and one of them with a cold card. It would be a little bit less urgent. But if I had a single sig wallet on a cold card, that money would be gone off of it. As soon as I started seeing, I like even to me, as soon as I seen the tweet this morning, and before anything was proven, my money would have been gone. It would have been I would have moved it off the device. I wouldn't have waited for this whole post mortem. You know how many people lost money today because they waited for
Yeah.
other people to do their own postmortem on
You got
what
to
is
move
happening?
quick. I mean, this is like
You gotta move
Okay.
real
Let,
quick.
Well,
Hey Matt, how
think back
like
NBK
to
deny it though? I heard he said it was FUD, and then someone from Block dropped like an actual like detailed breakdown, and then Cold Card or CoinKite released a like a statement.
they were
I don't know
they
what
were
the
saying the firmware, right? I mean, the other spaces they've been like saying like, hey, there's nowhere in the code in the firmware, etc. They've been like analyzing all sorts of shit. So I'm surprised you guys are coming to that conclusion.
Dude, it's
It's
this
just
bad,
interesting.
Tao. All of the cold cards affected. Cold card, there's a few that are really bad, but basically all the way up to the queue, I think, had like
Hmm.
only not a full 128 bits of entropy. They had like 72 bits, like
No,
MK4,
but
Q.
the dice rolls,
Dude, just
surpasses that,
don't
right?
just stop talking about dice rolls. You got to think
He's
about
Asian.
like fruit from a poison tree. Think about that, right? The tree is
Mm.
poisoned, right? It's proven to
Mr.
be
Mm.
poisoned.
Lucky.
Okay, Joe, whoever you are, just shut up. We're talking serious here.
we are. You're not taking us
No, I'm
seriously,
listening.
Tal.
I'm
Like rolling the
considering. I'm
dice.
considering. But I'm just saying, like, wow, really? I mean, I'm talking to Rob Hamilton,
so
Shinobi, Evan, whole bunch of these other guys too, who are pretty deep into it. Portland, they're saying it's okay. They're telling me it's okay. I
Yeah,
told them that.
Yeah,
there's no way.
guess who has more money than all of them combined and is telling you to take your
There's
money off
no
cold
way
card?
that
Hmm.
Brian Tolles is saying it's okay. There's no way.
No, all of them in there. I mean, well, Brian wasn't in there, but
Yeah,
They're probably
exactly.
no
Exactly. No,
mm,
Tal.
no, no. There you go. Exactly. Brian wasn't in there. There is no way
he's
that
in there,
Brian.
but he didn't say anything. And he's a speaker.
Bingo. So don't say he said it was. He didn't bless this. He would not bless this. Magoo
You
and I
talking
were talking
about
about this
I time
earlier. He
brain,
would be.
Brian the brain?
Oh, Brian Brain. Oh, that's different
Yeah,
than
that
Brian
guy.
Tolles. I thought you meant Brian Tolles.
No,
Brain. Well, no offense to Brain either.
Portland, Shinobi, Rob Hamilton, and Evan Colitis.
Shinobi thinks it's
Tao,
okay.
Hmm.
I'm.
Yeah, and all of them they say yeah, it's fine.
Mm,
I'm saying these are
I'd
the guys
be.
in that space.
I
I just
would.
told them this exact same scenario, so that's why I'm like,
don't
okay.
worry, bro. Don't worry.
yeah, 24 hours ago, they
It's
would
your
have
I
life
told
would
you a cold
love.
savings.
card was fine.
I would
No
love to
one's
hear
gonna say.
Shinobi
No,
confirm
I'm
that.
glad to get you
He's
guys'
more
input. Is what I'm
paranoid.
saying.
He's
Okay,
more
well, like,
paranoid than
just let me
anyone
explain it one
here.
more
You
time.
know.
If they screwed up the RNG and you
Hmm.
put your dice rolls, you just input numbers into the cold card, and it takes
Yes.
those numbers and
Hmm.
then creates your seed phrase,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
It's basically you're betting your life savings that they didn't screw anything else up in that process. And you're taking the
Hmm.
word of random people on the internet who actually don't work at the company and don't know anything about the details of the code in that program.
And also,
Well,
24 hours ago, those people would have told you that a cold card Mark III
so
was fine.
so you're saying doing this on a separate computer doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
Even though I did it on a separate
that
computer,
just
does it
proves it's
prove? Hmm.
deterministic. That doesn't
Hmm.
prove that the entropy is good. It could be you could have 20 bits of entropy and it's just deterministic.
Yeah, but I thought the 99 digits, it's more than 20 bits of entropy, right? It's
No,
way
no,
more.
you're conflating things. You created
Mm-hmm.
entropy. You put it into something. You don't know what happened to that entropy.
I see what you're saying. I
So
see. I
on
get what you're saying.
MK3, the entropy ended up being 40 bits.
Mm-hmm.
That's retarded.
Even with 99 digits, 40 bits, but then it's still, we don't know exactly if they're using that. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and so right now, at
I
least my
see.
read on the situation, at least from what I've
Mm-hmm.
seen, is that they've cracked the easiest ones first. So like the MK2s and threes with the
Threes.
30
Mm-hmm.
bits of entropy, and then now they're cracking into the so and as more and more people find out, there's going to be more and more like power put toward this is going to continue to get exploited. So it if your funds are safe now, great. I just would be cautious. I mean, it's a small expense. If you have serious coin, maybe think about a bit key or something that's
Mm-hmm.
multi-sig, right? That's multi-sig.
Or how
I'm not
about
a
like a
huge
very
fan of the
strong
server shit.
passphrase? How about a very
I'm not.
strong passphrase?
I mean, yeah. At this point, I think multi-sig is at this point in Bitcoin. I think multi-sig is now coming forward as the new standard. I think today is a point that
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Magoo. What do you think? I think from this point,
No, so I'm on the fence. I've had a lot of gripes with multi-sig in the past just because how hard it was to actually manage. But now that a lot of software and technology has gotten better, my only gripe with multi-sig is one, obviously you cannot lose your XPub, right? And you're talking about like pure multi-sig. You're not talking about like collab multi-sig bullshit, right?
yeah, I
I'm just
mean,
gonna
like,
assume.
I think, a bit key is good for a grandma. Somebody like us
Yeah,
could spin
the
something
only
independent.
yeah, the only thing that I always get hung up on multi-sig is that are you keeping all three devices together? If they're decentrally located, you run into a lot of different issues as well. In the past, like more people, and this is probably if this is factual, more people has lost more Bitcoin trying to use multi-sig than this entire cold card hack. And that was basically due to issues with like yeah, Avid. Like multisig's not new. When multisig first came out, the amount of people that have lost corn because of multisig, whether they lost their pub key or they created it wrong to begin with, it's a big number. Obviously, things have gotten better, but honestly, for me personally, I would think that let's just say two of three multisig. To me,
Yeah.
instead of doing a two or three multi-sig with passphrases and everything, good entropy and guaranteed entropy, even though it's not guaranteed. Um, Personally, I think three separate devices that are single sig with a fraction of your Bitcoin on each of them probably makes more sense. Um, but that's just me. But then this all comes down to honestly, it all comes down to do you trust the device, the signing devices that you're using? Now, the thing with multisig is you get the ability to potentially have multiple vendors being holding the key, right? Whether you've generated the entropy and the seeds off the devices or not, you have the geo or not geo, but the vendor redundancy of okay, my cold card's fucked, but my seed signer and my ledger, the other two of the three, are not compromised. That means none of my coins are lost, basically, right? You're basically creating um, decentralization, or if you will, what's the investing term I'm looking for? You're basically
Dispersion.
uh, not dispersion. What's the fucking yeah, basically dispersion between the vendors to where any vendor can go down, and it's not a big deal, right? Um, I do. There is some downsides to multi-sig, but like it completely changes. Like personally, like let's say I made a random scenario and I'm somebody sitting on, I don't know, random, even, nice number to talk about, 100 Bitcoin. Um, I would probably have some of it in a multi-sig. I would probably also have some in multiple single sig devices as well. Um, because a lot, like if it comes down to you need to actually use it, like if you have like a multi sig, two of three, you probably should not keep all three devices in your house, right? And so that means that you have them geographically distributed, meaning, let's say you put one in a bank
Yeah.
vault. And let's say you put another one you buried in the backyard of your cottage, and the third one is in your primary residence. If anything ever happens to where you need to move funds and the bank is closed, or you can't drive 100 miles to your cottage to get it, there is a price. And I don't know how you would calculate that, but there is a risk of not being able to access your funds fast enough or potentially at all, depending on how far you geographically dislocate your keys. So, in a scenario where I have, let's say, 100 Bitcoin, I would create one part of the stack would be a multi-sig, but then there'd be other parts that are single sig password, like 24 words, true, entropy created, offline, physical world, inputted, and then a fairly sophisticated passphrase on those single sig, but then there wouldn't be a total amount of corn. So if any one of those ever did get compromised somehow, even though going back to first principles, if you do first principles right, none of this stuff really should affect you. But we're in this camp now where a provider has basically had a bug in their software for 4 years now,
The whole
5 years.
cycle.
That is
Yeah.
a relatively massive issue to where I wouldn't want to use Cold Card right now, period.
Yeah,
Um,
100%. This is probably an inside job.
Well, I think it's
It's a
well,
source
you can
viewable, right? So they went to source viewable. So that means not a lot of eyes on it.
well, I
And there's
would
a
be
back door,
honestly
and this is the back door, and it was an inside job.
if I if I was going to put dollars to donuts on a conspiracy theory, and don't take this serious in any, but if you put a gun to my head and said put on your tinfoil hat, Magoo, I would say that this was an inside job done by Foundation.
Mm.
But that's just my
Isn't it always
my
isn't it
tinfoil hat.
always like former disgruntled employee? Isn't that always like the first
Yeah,
place to look?
well, so look, if you look at the message, and you can go look at the tweet from the CEO of Foundation, um, it is quite coincidental that the exact point in time where the exact git commit of where this bug was introduced is when they basically started the FOSS debate, which is ironic. Ironic. It's very coincidental that this was introduced then. It could just be a lack of oversight or lack of competence or whatever it is. That's when it was introduced, and it just seems really weird. And this could just be never let a crisis go to waste by the competitors to kick them while they're down and to
Yeah,
shill their own shit.
I'm sure that's a big part of it.
So hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. I
Yeah.
need clarification. So you're saying that this firmware was Foundation's firmware, and then when
No,
it
no,
was,
no, no,
No.
no, no.
No.
Foundation
No.
built off of the backs of OG
but then I don't understand
Cold Card.
how it could. I don't know.
No. So when Foundation forked off, they were using the old
Yeah.
RNG, right? And the old firmware, right? And they're the ones that are super familiar with the code in the source base because they've making a competing product. And they could have retrospectively been like, oh, what, let's do a delta and let's see where, because cold cards code is still relatively open source. It's not FOSS, but it's open source where you can see it. Let's do a diff comparison of where we are today and where they are today and see what is truly different between our software. Oh, let's see here. They are using this new software for RNG. Oh, that's interesting. Let's poke and prod at this a little bit to see see what's up, right? And then they're the ones that discovered the fucking bug.
And then wasn't there some history too where like NVK
Oh, there's
like
tons of
told
history.
something about Christmas that he like said Foundations and RNG was no good or something? I heard there was something else about that.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly, right? So that's this. I'm not. This is not true whatsoever. I'm just saying, if I had to give you a conspiracy theory, that's what it would
Yeah.
be.
I always go to the call is coming from inside the house. My sneaky conspiracy theory is that current employee already has full access to source code inside of Cold Card. They all have their Claude Code subscriptions. They all have their new agents at their fingertips, and this individual decides, so yeah, let's scan. They just saw the vulnerabilities exposed with Zcash. Remember that? So yeah, let's take a look at our own code. Let's take a look at our own source. Let's see what vulnerabilities and issues we have. And when they discovered something, they realized that only they knew it. And what if I just help myself to some Bitcoin that might be vulnerable out there? I mean, honestly, is that not the easiest explanation for how this hacker, one, discovered the vulnerability, two, started going around and attacking cold cards that are out there in the wild that are exposed to this, and then you know three
No,
un
that's
right
totally
and
plausible.
undiscovered,
That's
and
totally
today we don't
plausible.
know their identity, so undiscovered up to now.
Okay,
The only
I'm
the
gonna propose
only thing.
a third one.
All right, let's hear the
Okay,
conspiracy
third.
theory number three. Come on up.
This is less conspiracy theory. This one's more general. It would just be potentially not anyone inside, but just moron kids and normal dudes access Opus 5 or Fable or whatever, and have been just trying to just crack easy wallets, just looking for money, and just through maybe some pure randomness over time, cracked some of the low entropy wallets, and then people got onto the case and discovered it. I don't know. I just
No, because
But
what?
they found the vulnerability discovered in such a very specific way, you know.
Not only that, I'm pretty sure they would need. I think they would need. I don't know if you could emulate it, and don't take my word for this because you can emulate a lot of the firmware. I don't know if you because the firmware that's on the hardware, I think you might have needed to actually have a physical device to prove out
Right.
this glitch.
yeah,
I don't
I
know if
get
you
what
could
you're
have done
saying.
it with the software.
Yeah, and someone
And
said they
because it's a firmware, because the RNG is directly loaded into into the chip in the cold card, right? And so I think they would have needed the device. And I think this is a fairly sophisticated attack. So this is what leaves me. It's not some script kiddie with Opus 5 or Fable. I think it's one, someone who has inside information either at the company or it's a direct competitor that was very familiar with their code base already and is basically found the vulnerability and leaked it to somebody to do it.
what's the
I think
method
it's
of
the
the
worst case. I think it's the worst case scenario. I think it's inside job, and instead of like, oh, we've got a major vulnerability.
But what's that get you?
What?
What's that
Several
get
hundred
you?
Bitcoin if they're fast enough.
Well, that's what I. But the problem is, though, if you work for these companies, you're doxxed. And any of this 700 Bitcoin, that like, do you think a random employee number 14 at CoinKite is
They're
they're going to
quitting a
show
year.
a couple
They're
hundred
quitting a
Bitcoin?
year. They quit in
No,
6 months.
no.
They
If
quit
they,
in a
no,
year.
no, Matt, you're ex-military. You're
Anonymous wallet.
ex-computer software. Do you know them to ever get that money out is impossible.
If it's enough money, it is not.
Well, if they're an American citizen, you could. I'm not going to go about describing how someone might do this, but they would have to go at pretty great length to hide this because this happened. I guarantee you. every employee at CoinKite is probably going to be having their bank accounts monitored for quite a fair
Yeah,
bit of
yeah. That's
time.
why I said 6 months or a year. But like, but
No,
let's.
no, no, no. This is going to be years, Matt. Like their bank accounts are going to be
Guys,
monitored
this
Yeah,
is
but
for a
that
long
coin,
time.
1500
that coin,
BC
that's
BTC.
fine.
This is
Like
$100 million.
that. Yeah,
This
yeah.
is what I
When they
mean.
go to when Cold Card sadly probably has to fold up shop in 6 months or a year plus, and everyone has to go their separate ways. And then, wow, what do you know? The head of IT, he's living in a non-extradition country in the Southeast Asia now. That's interesting. I didn't know he was that wealthy. Wow, interesting. That's how it happens. That's literally how it happens.
Yeah, but that's so one, you have to be willing to move to a country with no extradition treaty and
Yeah.
never see any of your friends
Yeah,
and
but
family again,
someone who
right?
would even bother, but Magoo, you're describing someone who would even bother with this hack in the first place. Yeah,
No,
that's
no, no, no.
exactly.
There is people like let's pull down the history record, bro, of all the major Bitcoin hacks in
Yeah,
history. They were all committed mostly by fucking
yeah,
Americans,
and
and they got caught.
because they came back and they stay and they fucked around and found out in U.S. jurisdiction. You're right.
Yeah, because they're stupid. So you would have to be fully willing to carte blanche your entire life and move to
I mean,
wherever. I guess
there's
Brazil, bang a chick in Brazil. Yeah,
there's one
Brazil,
out of
pretty
if you
nice.
have 100 people, one of them will do it. There's always that 1%.
No, but like, look at, but
I mean, but,
like,
hey,
even look like
Magoo.
Bitcoin Jesus. They got
Yeah,
McAfee. Like, dude, if they want you, they
yeah, but
get you.
Magoo, someone did it. Like we don't have to debate that. Someone or someone's multiple people, but someone did this hack. They discovered this vulnerability, and instead of learning NVK and Cold Card, decided like, you know what? I think I deserve a couple hundred Bitcoin myself. And
Yeah,
maybe
but
they
the
work a
Thousand,
the the,
foundation.
the co-
Okay, a thousand.
couple,
Maybe okay.
couple thousand.
Well, we don't know how many individuals and how many times it got split up.
no, this is
Yeah,
yeah,
we don't know
this
how many.
hack is
Right.
proliferating now to where it's
Yeah,
multiple
multiple.
people.
It could
I
be
could
multiple
create the hack
entities.
that
Right.
in probably
No,
10 minutes.
but Magoo, you already. I mean, what if you're right or what if I'm right? So we've narrowed it down to either current or former foundation employee, current or former Cold Card employee. So like, come on. That-
No, but I think it. So to me, the way if the way to gain monetarily from this, if I was foundation, you don't care about actually stealing the Bitcoin because as soon as you steal the Bitcoin, you've committed a crime and you're never going to probably be able to clean that money. If you find this vulnerability and just happenly you tell someone about this and it just finally falls down the chain where someone actually starts to do this, you get exactly what you want. You destroy the company of your main competitor and you're able to prosper and your sales probably don't double, but your sales probably go up 50% within a year,
yeah, but
right?
like that could that could get sourced back to you too.
No, it
The
can't.
hacker's not
It's
going to
not.
squeal when they get picked up.
No, it doesn't matter. If you find a vulnerability, there's no law that says you can't tell anyone. If
Yeah,
you
it's
find a
not a
vulnerability
crime
and
Yeah,
just
but that would
because
come
he.
out.
it's,
Yeah, but that would come out.
no, it doesn't.
That would come out because when they
No,
pick up this hacker, you're saying
but what?
it's
But
only
this
a
is
matter of time. So if they pick up these
no. But
hackers,
Matt, what I
yeah,
honestly think is these hackers are probably North Korea, Russian, or
could
Chinese.
be North Koreans. That's fair.
So that like to me, the only three countries to or and Iran. Those are the only four countries on the planet where if I was living, those are the only four countries. Like if I was an Iranian, or if I was a North Korean, or if I was a Russian, or if I was Chinese, those are the only four. If I was born in those countries, those are the only four countries where I would assume to be able to commit this
Mm.
hack and get away with it scot
Yeah,
free.
but what did we?
You could be idiots. You could be right. These could be
But
some
think about
fucking
that.
idiots in the United
But
States.
we're trying to find an individual or individuals that both had access, firmware access, and knowledge of it, easy hardware access, nothing but time on their hands, and probably intimate knowledge of the recent history of how Cold Card even got to this point with the whole, open source to now private, et cetera, et cetera. Like it just feels like there's so many coincidences that add up. Like it really smells and feels like either inside job or someone highly familiar with it, like a foundation. That makes sense. And think back to Zcash and their big, we've got a literally 5 alarm fire crisis level vulnerability in our coins code that was discovered internally too. That was their own internal teams discovered it, and they just had the good. I,
Did
I
they
mean,
though?
well, you're right. Okay, at the end of the day, can we really trust anything? But it seems that it was
You don't even
inside.
know if it was exploited. You don't even know if Zcash supply just got tripled. That's the weird.
That's
That's
very
the
fair.
funny
But
part with
like, but
Zcash.
we do know that if it seems pretty confident that they discovered it internally on their own. And how much you want to bet that's exactly what happened here. The only difference is the person or persons
You
that
don't.
discovered it are completely without morals and unscrupulous and think they're going to try to get away
But
with it. Maybe they
this should have
fail.
been discovered
Could
by
be.
testing. Like, how the fuck did this happen?
Well, because now we have Claude
Well,
Code
it sounds.
agents. Now we have the absolute GPU firepower to test all this niche shit.
But so, from my understanding, the RNG on the MK2s and the MK3s is obviously loaded directly into the chip, right? Apparently, a mistake in the firmware in a macro defined in the firmware was leading it to only use a known UID, like a constant UID salt, timer state and call history. Wallet generation is deterministic, not random. So apparently, I'm assuming I don't know what I haven't looked at this code, but I'm assuming that UID is supposed to be randomly generated. I'm assuming. Maybe it's not. Maybe they're so retarded to where they actually coded a fucking static UID into this RNG. I don't know. Massive, but the question, the thing that I want to know is, can this be reproduced all virtually, or do you need the physical device in your hand and being able to see what's happening on the device, like literally having iodes hooked up to the board as you're running it and seeing the information that's going through to these chips. Right? I don't know. We don't know really how complex this really is yet. I don't know if it's a simplistic thing where it's literally just in the code and you could literally just look at the source code and point Fable to it, or it probably wasn't Fable. It was probably a Chinese open source model. Point at it and say, "Hey, here's the code base. Find any vulnerabilities," and it found it. Well, I don't know how sophisticated this is yet.
What's up, pleb?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Um, so sorry, this may be I'm not sure if this question was already asked, but what my question is, I'm a pleb, and this is just really scary to me because I'm over here thinking Cold Card is like one of the safest in my head. Like Cold Card and Trezor and Ledger are like the safest devices. Like, could this attack happen on other devices like a Ledger? And my next question would also be like, specifically for you, Magoo, like I want to get your opinion on this. Like, what is the safest method? And yeah, I'm not sure if that question was already asked, but like, what is the safest method in your opinion to storing?
So in theory, not the same hack because they use completely different software on Ledger. But I know from at least when I used Ledger years ago, I'm pretty sure this is still the case. The Ledger actually generates your seed. Correct? Is that still the case? I believe it is. I haven't you picked up the Ledger probably in
Yeah,
at least
yes, it does.
6 or 7 years.
Does.
Yeah. So that this potential threat model can exist on a Ledger. I'm not saying it does. Ledger is closed source, if I'm not mistaken, so you don't know what the fuck they're running on that fucking device. His ledger at least updated to a secure chip on the device. I know for the longest time they did not even
Yeah,
have a
they have
secure chip
secure
on the.
elements on the ledgers now.
It's just a
Yeah, so
random
at least,
generator, the random word generator. We don't know because it's closed source. That's
yeah,
why it's not
exactly. So there,
vulnerable. Not many eyes can see it.
yeah, well, until someone takes it apart and is able actually
Yeah.
to scrape code out of the secure element. Like the whole air quote secure element is that it's a chiplet that basically you can't basically take the device and actually be able to take information off the chiplet, essentially, in a very stupid sounding way. That's what it does, right? Because what people don't understand is if it's an unsecure element, like you can actually hook, like you can hook up to the chip while it's in there and like literally read what the fuck is going on in the chip. Um, right. And I'm pretty sure iPhones have secured elements in them where the Face ID hash is stored and shit. Um, but yeah, theoretically, a same type of a attack could happen on a ledger. Less likely because you can't actually just look at the source code. You actually have to somehow get the device, open it up, somehow get the information in code, and see how the RNG works on the actual ledger. So it's a lot harder than what uh,
More
the
expensive.
CoinKite cold card
Yeah,
was.
this
Way
shit
more
is
expensive.
the cold card shit
This
is
way,
easy to
wait.
do.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, technically, anything with open source is easier, and the whole idea of open source is that it's open, so most people can try to hack it, and you can find vulnerabilities. But apparently, no one fucking found this vulnerability ever until now, and someone actually used it. Um, but what is the best way? The best way is to generate your seed completely using non-technical things, like literally, like fully creating your 24 words from rolling dice outside of any technological system, right? Because even on cold card, as we were telling Dumb Tao here, is that even when you put the digits in to the cold card device that you're rolling these dice, you don't really know what the fuck it's doing with those digits and what it's creating in the back end. But if you are using a physical method, whether you put all the bit 39 words into a hat and you pull them out, or whether you're doing the some form of roll of your dice, fully creating the seed phrase off of the device is the only way to do this, and it should have been the only way to do this, but people are idiots and they want convenience. But you should be creating your seed phrase 100% offline and out of like any device. It should be a physical thing that's done.
It's the only
And on
true
top,
trustless way to generate a truly high entropy seed and know that there's no funny business. So I agree with you, Magoo.
yeah, that's really the only way. Then it comes down to how you put that into a device, right? Like, well, maybe not how you put it in. How you put it in matters less, but how it's actually stored on the device is then the second most important thing. So, one, you need a secure element. It needs to be a secure element that's been audited and rated, so that they can't basically just pull your fucking passphrase off, and it depends how they store it on the actual secure element. Are they storing it in plain text in a registry somewhere on that secure element, or are they encrypting it and doing a whole bunch of other things and storing the seed phrase, all these other things? Are they actually storing your seed phrase, or are they literally just creating your private key from the seed phrase and then storing your private key? There's a lot of this stuff is like behind closed door cook stuff that they won't tell you. But the most important thing is creating your seed phrase completely offline. That's the number one
Yeah,
thing. And two, always using a fucking passphrase and a good one.
yeah. And so, pleb, that's what you asked earlier. Is like you thought it was secure. The device itself isn't insecure. It just insecurely generated a seed phrase, which means that regardless of how air gapped it is, or
Yes, yes.
all the other bells and whistles, it doesn't matter because the seed phrase was easily guessable. It's like basically making your password one two
The
three four.
entropy doesn't exist.
Right. It's like make a password and your password's password 123. It's just It's a silly mistake. It shouldn't have happened.
Anyways, just go away from cold card. Do not keep anything there.
Thank you for that. No, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's the scary thing too. Is like I was just procrastinating on doing it, but in my head, that just I'm a pleb. I try to get on here, listen to spaces when I can, but I was like looking to actually purchase a cold card. So yeah, that's pretty scary.
Today,
But thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you guys
today
for
you have
that.
to roll dice and you have to create on a Tails OS like completely offline.
No, don't even create it on a fucking
Like
piece of technology. Like create your fucking seed phrase in the real world. Like that's
with the
not hard.
paper.
It's
Yes,
yeah, with
yes.
with the paper, 100%. Yes, it's a lot harder paper. Like theoretically, you have to be good at math. You can literally create everything offline. Like you can even create your private key offline, and you can even create a deterministic paper wallet offline, and you can create new deposit addresses offline. This is all math. You can do this all offline on a piece of paper. You're just not that good. I'm not that good. So what you want to do is you want to create your passphrase 100%
Can we procreate
offline.
more mats? Is what I'm curious about.
Yeah,
Full throat. If you don't shut up, full throat, I'm gonna kick you down.
passphrase is basically 2 of 2 multisig.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's why I don't understand. Like everyone's talking about, oh,
Yeah.
multi-sig is the future. It's like, well, a passphrase is multi-sig, right?
Yes.
Obviously, it doesn't have as much entropy. Well, most people's passphrase doesn't have as much entropy as a second 24-word
Just
seed
you cannot
does, right? Like
lose
most
one.
people,
It's I would contest that. It's not multi-sig. It's just got more entropy than a
multi-factor, yeah, more entropy,
yeah, more
right? Because you have
entropy.
to crack
Exactly.
the,
Because
You
yeah,
need
you
to
have to,
could
have two
technically
to
guess that
spend.
single key, right? Like the benefit of multi-sig is like if, right, it's not going to happen, but if someone did hypothetically guess your key, right, like brute force it or just let's say they guessed it. With multi-sig, you're still safe because they are not going to accidentally guess your second key, right?
unless you had 2 of 3 cold cards.
The thing is with the multisig, 2 of 3 or more, you need the order of decryptor. This thing is important, and that's a lot of people don't know.
Yeah, and you need your pub. You need your X pub too. That's
X
been
pubs
why a lot of
and
people
the
have
order of
why they.
descriptor. W-
Yeah, that's why a lot of people have lost money doing multi sigs.
and not a lot of educators out there explaining this fact. You know,
No, the main people that are pushing multi sigs are collaborative custody companies now. They're the ones that are pushing the multi
Like
sig.
Casa.
Casa or what the other one? There's a bunch. Unchained, Casa. Well, I don't know.
yeah,
There's a couple other
because
ones.
that information is private. It's not like you cannot just if you know that information you can steal funds, but that information that descriptor it basically needs you need to know that information or you can.
Yeah, and the only problem with these collaborative custody companies is that as soon as you give up your xpub, like people don't really appreciate what you're giving up when you give up your xpub. um sure, you might have 2 keys, they might have one, and they can never move funds, but
Well, yeah, they know your
ye,
transactions, of course. It's not private.
they know you're they nothing's private, you're not anonymous. Even Casa says, oh, all you need is an email address. Like, come on guys, like if you're using an email address, if anyone wanted to get to know who you are,
You,
they know who
yeah,
you
it's
are.
because it's KYC.
But
No, there's no KYC at Casa. You can do it with no
But
KYC.
but hold on. If you
everybody
spend out
knows
of
who
it,
you're.
don't they can they track the addresses?
Yeah, they have your X
Well,
pub,
there we
so they
go.
can.
Yeah.
They there we go. Exactly, right, and that's the whole negative thing, right,
They can
of the
pocket watch
collaborative
you.
custody solution. They can pocket watch you.
Well, they might know how much you got, but if you send it to those coin joins, they don't know what happens after.
Yeah, but what happens when they make coin join illegal, and then you're a U.S. citizen, and then they basically arrest you for coin joining?
How,
You know who
how
had
would they
like
know it's coin joined?
What do you mean? So they have your XCloud. They can see all your transactions. They
Uh,
see you send
uh,
it to an address, and all of a sudden it gets coin joined. What do you mean?
Okay,
How do they
going
know?
back to cold card, how did they not test this? Like, I mean, you would think that you'd try and brute force one of the seeds once or twice just for fucking shits and giggles, right? Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's because they didn't realize they fucked up. And I haven't looked into this so much, but I don't know if this is an inherent flaw in how they were passing parameters to the RNG, or if this is a blatant fuck up with RNG. It's one of those two things, right? Because the reason why he's being able to been brute force backdoored is because they appears to be putting in a static UID and deterministic other deterministic information. I don't know if that is a complete massive oversight on their part, or if that UID was essentially supposed to be randomly generated and it somehow wasn't. I
I
don't
wanna
know.
hear Sonny
Right.
Poe. Get this motherfucker up here, please.
Real quick, I think this is
Yeah,
really quick.
Sonny Poe.
I,
Yeah, get him up
I
here.
think this has been going on a while because does anyone remember, like, I want to say a couple months ago, someone was like on X saying that their wallet got swept, and then people were like, "Oh, you didn't roll enough dice," and then it was kind of like the end of the story. Does anyone remember that? And I remember it was like really weird. I'm like, what? It was like
Was it cold card specific?
yeah, I want to say it was like 6 months ago. Does anyone remember that?
I
It was like in a
I don't
spaces and
recall.
like it was like one or two people and they came in and they're like, yeah, like I like our funds got swept and then like people were like questioning them and it was like, oh, it was because you didn't do enough roll of the dice. And that was kind of the end of the
Yeah. So
conversation.
there's been a couple of different issues like in the past that I've heard of with cold card. One of them was like they used to, and I haven't gone through the workflow, but supposedly it used to let you like be lazy when you were generating your entropy. So like you said, you could roll the dice like 3 times or something,
Yeah.
or some low amount,
Yeah.
and then it wouldn't like tell you to continue. It would just go ahead and generate a low entropy seed.
Yeah.
But
People got their wallets swept.
yeah,
Do you
but I
remember
mean,
this?
like I remember, I don't know if it's the same thing, but I remember hearing about that.
Yeah.
But I think at the time we were under the impression that a full wallet generation would have been like 128 bits of entropy or more, right? Or maybe 256. But I now apparently, like some of the investigations I saw showed that there's between 30 and 72 bits of entropy, depending
I
on
think
if
it's
you have the cold
40.
card queue.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember like people having this issue like going back months and then, but it was not the same issue as this, but very similar with the cold card.
Well, it's happened. It's
Getting on.
um, surprisingly a lot more people than I would expect have been caught up in this, meaning that I would have thought more people would have used passphrases, but clearly they didn't.
well,
Um,
because cold
and
card doesn't advertise passphrases. They don't really
do they
push. They
not?
don't really push for it. Like once you buy that device, it doesn't really have any specific instructions to give you passwords. You have to search and do your own research. You know, there's no
Yeah, and the
guidance like, okay,
MK4 is
do
kind of a
this.
piece of shit to use. Like the buttons are a pain in the ass to push.
It doesn't even tell you that you need to use a like a software, like a like to access it, like Sparrow or like some other device, like like something.
It says that in the quick start
Oh, you
guide.
mean? Well, yeah, you have to be a fucking retard to not understand that. Like, what you have to do is you sign the transaction on the cold card, you pull the SD card off and put it into your computer, and then you broadcast said transaction either using any fucking wallet software, Sparrow, Wasabi,
You
Electrum,
can
whatever
plug
you
it in
want.
directly too to use it just like a treasure or a ledger. You can,
Yeah, but the whole point of cold card was it was air gapped, right?
Yeah,
that's just
yeah.
so ironic, right? Just air gapped with like a 30
Yeah.
bit entropy seed.
Yeah, that's wild. 30-bit. That's literally like a fucking Pentium 4 from like 2004 would be able to crack that shit. Yeah, disappointing to say the least. And I unfortunately I do think this is probably the end for them. I don't think there's coming back from this. I'm just trying to think of why someone would keep a
Yeah,
cold
now
card.
there's a doubt.
Even like
Everybody doesn't. Nobody knows.
yeah,
Even
that's what I mean, right?
even the new products they're trying to release right now, it's going to be dead end. Like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because if this was this big of an oversight, then how do you trust anything at this point, right? It's like you have to question their whole software development process. You have to question their reviews and audits and their own black hat or I guess white hat hacking of their own systems. You have to question everything that comes out the door, right? Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I was like going, what the fuck? How did this happen? Is because, like, normally you validate shit and you test it and make sure it meets requirements. And entropy is kind of a big fucking deal with a wallet, You'd think.
It's the only thing that matters.
So how the fuck did this not get tested? It's just wild, bro. I can't even believe, like you said, it has you questioning, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking through everything and I don't know. Even like their blog post is like not doesn't say exact.
So I got lucky because I was gonna generate a wallet with a cold card device, a few of them actually, and I just been a lazy motherfucker and been like, fuck it. And Ledger fucking comes through in the clutch and saves the day. Ledger entropy for the win.
So something can you guys hear me?
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah. So the what I'm reading from the CoinKite site is I think this is hardware specific. Like obviously it's hardware specific to like it's affecting these devices, but like I think like to have actually found this, you would have actually needed the device. Like to discover
this
this
bug. Yeah,
issue, you just can't look at um their open source code. You actually need the device. So I think this is more sophisticated than someone just script kiddieing,
I get what you're
telling
saying. So
Fable.
potentially, like, this could have been some sort of a reverse engineering style
Yeah,
attack.
yeah. Because if you really think about it, like if someone like because if you think about it, if this was just like a software issue and you literally just had to point an open source model or even Fable 5 at the
Would have
GitHub,
been cracked long ago.
this would have
Yeah.
it would have been cracked long ago. So it makes me think that this is the backwards engineering where they probably had the device and that they were probably because there's no secure elements on the MK3, is there?
I don't know. I have MK4. Tau, don't you have
Well,
MK3?
is there a secure element on the MK4?
Yeah, it's got two secure elements, I think.
yes, two. Yes,
I got a calculator for sale. Anyone want one?
Yeah. I'm just trying to think like if you could have done this without the hardware, you would see the code, you would see basically the random number generator that they were using. Maybe it was possible to do it with the code. I don't know. We'll find more out as time goes on, but like this is such a showstopper. It's like if you had to get one thing right, this is it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hardware wallet, random number generator, fumbled here. Like what? Like I don't get it. Like, well, I get it, but like, if you can't back test the random number generation on a hardware wallet, like, I don't know what to tell
I
you.
mean, especially after like the podcast advertisements and shit, you know, the past couple years, like, and all the shit, like with Seed Signer and all that. There's just been so much shit, and then for this to happen, it's pretty fucked, man.
Yeah, like I said, I think this is a bolt in the head for the company. They might try to muddle on for 6 months to a year, but I think sales are probably going to dwindle down to nothing.
I feel
Unfortunately.
so bad for people who like the pleb guy. Who, you know, people just got fucked. I mean, shit. I got a fucking couple cold CoinKite products sitting around here. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with them. Paperweights.
Yeah. Well, everyone loses their job at CoinKite too. I don't know how many employees did they have, or do they have? They're not that big of a company, right?
No.
Canada. I don't know how many. Yeah. Isn't it Canadian? Canadian company.
Yeah, it's Canadian.
Yeah, I don't know. I have zero idea how big of a company. Let's ask Claude.
Anyways, oh, there's 1,000 bitcoins already taken.
1,500 I read earlier.
Already 1,500. Damn.
What's $100 million between friends? That's so much money.
Yeah, and by the way,
All right.
that MK3s, MK2s to generate passphrase is a pain in the butt. By the way, to tell,
To
to
do what?
generate the passphrase, like it doesn't. It's not really easy to make it, like you were talking about. You know, like you can create that 24 words using their shit, but to make a passphrase,
Yeah.
you have to put an effort. It's not easy to do, and it's like really hard to put every letter to make it long. So
Apparently, there's only 5 employees there
there we go.
with a projected 3.7 million estimated revenue yearly.
They're like tether.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't see anyone buying. Not only do I see people not buying any new devices, I see them just throwing out their current devices. Like it's
Well,
just
hardware wallets were always advertised as what, like generating seeds. There were no wallets, right? Like
yeah. Well, they weren't really marketed as that, but historically, that's what they've done. Like even like the very first big hardware wallet to break onto the market was kind of Ledger in 2016, or I guess I don't know if it was 16 or 17. The Ledger
Ledger
S.
Nano S
Uh, yeah,
17.
and
Yeah,
that they still well, it's a little bit. It's a newer model now, but I think it came out in 17 or 16. I don't remember, but
yeah. That's where you basically create your wallet, like your seed. You generate the seed on it. That's the whole point.
yeah, you basically. I remember back in 17, I had one where you basically would go through. Like it was the most tedious process because you would literally
Yeah, to
have
push two
to
buttons, create this blah blah.
push two.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you'd have to spell the word out like with each thing. Like it. Yeah, it was difficult to do it, but you were generate it. You're generating the entropy on the device, right? And I think that's how they still work today. Even with Trezor and Ledger still do that. And they're close. Trezor and Ledger are closed source now, right?
not Trezor, only Ledger.
Oh, yeah, fucking. It just sucks because like, is Foundation? Do they support more than Bitcoin?
No, only Bitcoin.
Let me see how big their company is.
Yeah, it's only foundation. It's only in Bitcoin. The NVK said, "Just don't worry. Get back to one BIP 110 discussion."
What?
One of his tweets, NVK said, "Just basically, don't worry. Change the subject. Get back to BIP 110."
When was this?
And search his. If you go to his Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know if he's I don't know if he realizes yet the consequences of this. We'll find out. I could be completely wrong. Maybe people will rally around them, but I doubt it. I'm just looking to see. Oh boy. I'm gonna look at Foundation. Who's invested in them? That'll be interesting. Let's see. Oh baby. Foundation. Financials, 4 funding rounds. Let's see. Yeah, I can't believe how big of a fuck up this is. What do you want, full throttle?
Now we get me up. Okay, cool.
What's up,
What's up, bro? How you doing?
you drunk bastard?
Yeah, I'm a certain case. So, uh,
You're what?
I'm a certain case. I got a case of syndromes and whatnot.
Cases of beer?
Now, cases of syndromes. So, yeah.
Oh,
But, anyways, somebody's blocking me in here, and I want to fucking come up here and put them on the watch list. Lev Venor. I don't know who that is, why they're blocking me, but you pissed me off because you're blocking me. So, Oh, it pisses me off. Like when you get these fucking random people that block you. Like, get off your fucking
If
high
they're
horse,
random,
bitch.
who cares?
Get off your fucking high horse, bitch. Like, no, it pisses me off, bro.
Interestingly, Foundation, CoinKite's number one competitor, had a had a venture round, funding round in May of this year, 2 months ago. That's interesting. Quite the timing.
Does anyone
Quite
find that interesting? I don't know. Like, I don't like. I don't know. I don't find that interesting.
because you don't understand.
I may not understand. That's correct. Yeah, it's possible. Possible.
It's just interesting that they had a massive funding round in May, and then this happens now to their number one competitor. Oh, baby, baby.
Magoo, when was the last time you had a fucking BBL? That's what I want to fucking know.
Today.
Today? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
When was the last time you had a BBL?
It's been a little bit. It's been a little bit, but she was hot. Just being honest, like, look, I'm not trying to fucking, have one every fucking week or whatever. It's just like, when I fucking want to do it, I'll fucking do it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, last one was a fucking stripper. She was fucking hot, and yeah, that's